The Bills gearing up for Jacksonville in the wild card Sunday at 1 o'clock. We got our first injury report of the week from practice. DeMar Hamlin had his 21-day practice window open and returned in limited fashion. Defensive tackle Daquan Jones, tight end Dalton Kincaid, safety Jordan Poyer, and linebacker Shaq Thompson were all limited as well. Linebacker Terrell Bernard, cornerback Maxwell Hairston, running back Ty Johnson, linebacker Matt Milano, wide receiver Joshua Palmer, and kicker Matt Prater did not participate in practice. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. The Sabres back in action tonight, looking to go back-to-back in the win column. They're in New York taking on the Rangers with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. All of your play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. And around the NFL, 9 teams have reportedly contacted former Ravens head coach John Harbaugh about a vacant and occupied head coaching role. Buccaneers head coach Todd Bowles says he will remain the team's head coach for 2026. Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert, dealing with that hand injury, is practicing fully to take on the Patriots in the wild card round. And NFL insider Josina Anderson reports the Ravens will interview Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph for the team's open head coaching position. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
We're coming out firing right out of the gates. I did make this request from Joe Cali because, I don't know, I'm hot about it.
The Mahomes, Lamar, Burrow aren't in,
Yes.
so you got to do it now take?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm hot about it.
I've liked Owen's take on this, which leads me to kind of think about whenever someone says, I think even Sal said this yesterday, like, there's no pressure on the Jags because first-year coach or whatever. And I get that.
House money.
Right, and like in some ways, like no one's going to be mad at the Jaguars if they lose this game. Right, like even their own fans might feel like, all right, good first step. Golf clap of a season.
Patriots have that life right now too, right?
Yeah. I feel like you've got more pressure because I don't know that you're going to be back here. The same way I feel like the Bills are probably going to be back here. Denver, I definitely feel that way about. Like, you got to do it now.
Well, Denver's got the 1 seed, but the idea that...
But they also have a quarterback that I think is maybe not that great.
Fine.
Houston, like, do it now. All these teams, like, if that is the take and these are the guys you're worried about, all of the teams without Allen, Burrow, Jackson, Mahomes, you better do it this year because this year you might only have to beat one of them, and then in the next couple of years you might have to beat 4 of them, or 3 of them, or 2 of them.
Even that. Are these 4 entitled to playoff spots? Because apparently not. The thing I would say is...
Well, it takes injuries. Except for Mahomes.
Mahomes
Didn't take injury. Mahomes didn't take injury.
Okay, how about last year with Burrow?
Last year?
Yeah.
He missed a bunch of games,
Not
didn't he?
that many. Not that many. They just were terrible defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Lamar? Okay. The Bills have beaten him twice in the playoffs.
Right.
These 3 mythical figures that, can you believe they're not? Tua made the playoffs last year. In the last 2 years, Tua made the playoffs.
But he didn't do anything when he got there.
He's got a longer playoff streak than Burrow. Like this idea that we have to treat these other 3, these guys are not in. I kind of did not expect this. Like during the regular season, fine. But I don't know, shouldn't every team that's not the Bills be using bulletin board material? But like they think that the only teams that are good are the guys that have missed. This is not the NCAA tournament where it's Kansas and 63 12 seeds.
Uh-huh.
This is not what the field is. There's a reason that North Carolina, in finger quotes, missed the tournament. They weren't that good. You know what the Chiefs were in, like, EPA per play offensively this year? In the 20s.
Yeah.
They weren't good.
That's surprising. Weren't they pretty high middle of the season?
It might have been something that dropped considerably once they lost to Tennessee and Vegas.
We're counting the Oladukin games in there, too.
Team sport, baby.
Yeah.
Anyway, hey, good morning. Happy Thursday. 803-0550 is our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. I don't know. I don't know what to do with this. I feel like every time I'm seeing, which, Instagram, all your social media feeds, feeding you the stuff that is both good and bad for you, like golf lessons. My Instagram, of course, it's not quite golf lessons now. It's parenting advice because, golf's out of season. Anyway, I feel like every time I see Nick Wright scream that there's so much pressure, I wonder to myself, how many times do you have to say it before you actually believe it? Do people feel like, man, a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure in this game. I feel like the Bills don't have pressure until they get to a game of consequence. I know it's do or die and it's the opening round, but if they were to get to the AFC Championship game and pick anybody you want. The Chargers in the miracle scenario where it comes back here, that's a lot of pressure. Like, now you got to win.
Yeah.
You are home, you're favored, you are one game away from the place you've never been to. If you get to the Super Bowl, will you be an underdog against the Rams?
Yes.
An underdog against the Seahawks?
Yes.
I don't know. The entire sport only exists for quarterbacks. I know how this works now. So, like, the whole conversation to me, Joe, is just relentless trying to convince everyone that the Bills are bound by pressure. Mm-hmm. And maybe it's my own feeling that they're going to win, or maybe it's my own feeling about, like, your point about how everybody's going to be back. Like, well, Josh is not going to age out. I don't think anybody would make a case their window's going to close. Who's the most important player that could potentially leave? This is not the closing of the Poyer, Hyde, Diggs window. Nobody all that important would you think would leave? Milano. Is Milano the best player that would leave? Is it Taron Johnson? Like, they're not at the end of some sort of spot here. And I know, like, every year matters, and I'm sure I'll get around to every year mattering, but, man, the idea, it feels like everyone is trying to create pressure on the Bills this year because they lack Mahomes, Jackson, Burrow to talk about. Like, you know what we got to do? We got to put all of the quarterback takes from those four guys, we're going to have to put them on one guy. We can't yell at Bo Nix if he loses.
He's Thanos now with all the Infinity Stones.
Yes. We have to yell at him because, let's be real. If Drake May loses, no one's going to say, like, oh, he's not that good. It was his first ever playoffs.
Right.
If Trevor Lawrence loses, he doesn't move the needle. It's like the entire weight of all four quarterbacks who need to win. For Mahomes, he's got to win to chase down Brady. For Burrow, he's got to do it to chase Mahomes. Jackson's got to get one. Allen's got to get one. All right, all four of them. There's only one of those guys in. You know what we're going to do? Focus all our powers on one. Him. Mm-hmm. He's the one that has the pressure of four quarterbacks.
Well, that's where I would look at the Bills and want to defend the idea or go against the idea that he should have all that pressure on him because of the field when I don't think this is the best version of the Bills. If it was the best version of the Bills and Keon Coleman had been A.J. Brown and they had nailed a bunch of other picks on defense, like just they were loaded with talent all over the place and they didn't have flaws and they had a receiving game, then I would go into this playoffs thinking, all right, yeah, you got to do it. Mm-hmm. But I don't know how, even though they're here and those other teams aren't, I don't know how different the Bills are from Cincinnati, Baltimore, Kansas City, who you would all say that's the worst form of those three teams. Right? Like the Bengals maybe have just been that now. Like their defense is terrible and their line is terrible, and it's really hard for Burrow. And it's really hard for them right now with their roster to compete for championships. And even Jackson this year, it's like the injuries all around the roster. They were missing Roquan Smith. They were missing Kyle Hamilton. They had line problems. Mahomes, we know that was the worst version of the Chiefs that we saw. This isn't the worst version of the Bills we've seen with Allen. Like, and that's where I would get to more pressure on the other teams is, are you going to count on these 4 teams with these 4 quarterbacks to always be this poor around them? Because I wouldn't. Maybe not all of them will get it together. I'm not sure Cincinnati ever will with Burrow as their quarterback. But, like, I'm going to count on the Bills, Chiefs, and Ravens not to get better. Because right now, I feel like, hey, Jacksonville, this is about as good as you can get, maybe, with this quarterback. It might be. Bo Nix and the Broncos, this might be as good as you can be. Whereas, this is not as good as the Bills can be. When that quarterback is under center, your sky is the limit. And I would say the same thing about the Chiefs and the Ravens. So, if that's true and all these other teams are peaking, I would not put New England in that boat, and I probably wouldn't put the Chargers in that boat. But the rest of them, like, now it's go time. Because this version of Allen is not the best version. The best version that would be surrounded by, whoever the next Diggs would be.
Yeah. How about we boil it down to this? Are we sure they're not better than last year? Are they not better than last year's team? Last year's team is this year's team with a bunch of takeaways and no turnovers.
And more James Cook carries.
Right?
A lot more.
More carries for Cook, but not as efficient? Or are you saying this year's?
No, would we have to say this year? He did win the rushing title. He had 102 more carries this year.
So,
like a massive amount. And actually, his yards per carry went up by 0.3.
This year's team runs the ball better with James Cook.
Yeah.
And what do they do worse? They don't get as many turnovers.
They don't, and they turn the ball over more.
They turn it over more, and they give up sacks.
Right.
But in terms of just this year's team plays last year's team, who wins? Does last year's team win because they turn the ball over because this team turns it over?
Yeah,
I'm not so sure that they're not better. They're a lot better at safety. They're a lot better. They're a lot better at corner.
That's true.
I mean, going in, like if I take final form, like Benford can be a wash, but my second corner position, if I'm healthy, is what Hairston/Trey White. Is that better than Rasul Douglas? I think it might be.
Right.
Is their defensive line better than last year? Is it a push? Joey Bosa is better than anybody they had last year.
Yeah, true. Right, Epinesa was one spot higher in the pecking order.
So,
and last year also they actually were pretty good, low-key, at stopping the run last year, but they were horrible against the pass. This year, I flipped that, and I would rather.
I'd rather be that.
Yeah, I'd rather be.
I'd definitely rather be better against the pass than I am against the run. Anyway,
it is close though, isn't it?
Sure.
Like even if we might pick last year, or if we would pick this year, I think that point is probably right. But they're definitely not what they were the 3 years before that. Right? They're not the 13. Would this team beat the 13 seconds team? I think they get hammered.
I don't know. Maybe not. Probably not. They are. Here's the other thing.
And that's where I would want to look at. You got pressure to beat the Bills now because what if they got back to a team like that just will throw it all over you and defensively gets back to like really stout all the way around. Like they had a couple defenses in there that were like top 5 in the NFL, and they haven't been near that. Even if they've been better this year, patchworking it together with whoever they can do it with, they have not been a top 5 defense. They've not been Denver or Houston for years.
That's right. But
if they someday get back to that with Allen as their quarterback, like that's a more terrifying version of the Bills.
Sure. When they're at their best, they're good stopping the pass, and they are kind of good at that right now. We'll see if that holds up against Jacksonville. 803-0550 the number. Let's get your thoughts on this. Are you out there buying the relentless talking point that there is more pressure on the Bills because of the teams that are not in the playoffs? Do you feel it? Do you feel more pressure for them? And if you want to maybe compare this year to last year's team, I think that might be in here. I hear a lot of, and I'm not really to push too hard back on it, that this version of the Bills might be one of the weaker versions of the Bills to go into the postseason. Now, of course, they could win the Super Bowl with this version, or they could be one and done. And maybe that's what's different right now is every other year in the last 5 years in this spot, we treat this game as a formality. Like, all right, he's going to get Skylar Thompson out of the way, and let's move along to the second round against whoever's the second round. Or
Rudolph,
Mac Jones, or Mason Rudolph.
Yeah.
Right. Beat the tomato can in front of you that's the underdog in your house. And this is, a quality opponent that they're going to have to go and find a way to beat. But, more pressure. Who should feel it? Who should actually feel Who should feel pressure?
Well, if you want to make it about the quarterbacks, wouldn't inherently the pressure have to be on McDermott? Because
he doesn't have to stop those guys?
No, but he does. Well, right. He doesn't have to stop those guys, so you don't have an excuse. You don't have an excuse to let somebody go, throw all over you, or just defensively, whatever. Like, if you let up a big game defensively, it's no longer just, you can't stop Mahomes. Now it becomes more of an overall arching playoff point. So McDermott, maybe?
Maybe. The thing about that is...
I just wouldn't say it about Allen.
I wouldn't say... No, I don't think Allen should... Allen might feel pressure in games because he might feel like he has to make plays and has to make something happen. If they're shutting down James Cook in the run game, will Allen feel an added incentive or pressure to do more? Yesterday at Media Day, he talked about how Joe Brady had him do some self-scouting and how he could see how many plays he left out on the field and take some easy button throws, take some shorter throws that are available, keep things moving along. And when they get kind of out of sync, it sometimes is because he passes those up for bigger shots down the field. So maybe in-game Allen feels pressure, but, man, like just the idea that he's going to lose sleep tonight going into Jacksonville, he's played in some pretty big games, and he's played pretty well in some pretty big games. And I guess maybe that's why this whole conversation to me is this isn't Lamar. Oh, buddy, if Lamar were in the playoffs with no Allen or Mahomes, that I would buy more. That's a guy that has not performed in the playoffs the level that he does in the regular season.
Right.
And then I would say, oh, man, look, you just don't throw up on yourself, and you're not going to run into one of the guys that always wins and always beats you.
Right.
Lamar has losses to Allen and Mahomes in the playoffs. Allen twice and Mahomes once. For Allen, like, he doesn't mount in the playoffs. So maybe that's the root of why I'm like pushing back on it, and I just don't have much time. I mean, I've got time for it. We're going to talk about it for a while today. But
right.
I mean, I'm just flummoxed. Like, everybody keeps talking about all this pressure on Josh Allen. I don't see it.
Yeah, I think it will go away the moment if they don't win it, then what's going to happen next year? Are they going to be the AFC favorite again?
Maybe.
Like in the offseason, they'll be right back to talking about them as, one of the contenders.
And if they get knocked out, if they lose, who will be blamed? If Allen plays poorly, who will be blamed?
Well, I'm wondering, we've done a lot of if they lose this week, but I get why. If that happened, if he played poorly, but what does it look like? Does it look like the Houston game or the Atlanta game where he's running for his life and nobody's getting open down the field? Because
the Eagles game. Make it the Eagles game, which they lost by a point.
Well, the Eagles game is different. The Eagles game, I think, if he's just throwing up on himself, which I think he kind of did in that Philadelphia game, then that's different. Then if people come after him, I'll feel like he kind of earned that. If he missed a throw to win the game at the end, I don't know how you escape blowback from if that happened in a playoff game.
If it's the Atlanta game.
If it's the Atlanta game, I'm going to want to defend him. I'm going to want to say, and I'm sure there would be a million people out there. What did he have in the Atlanta game? Did he have 150 yards? Against Atlanta, he had 15 of 26, 180, two touchdowns, 2 picks.
Yeah, and one of those picks was the last play of the game on trying to make something happen.
But he didn't really do much in that game. Less than 200 yards passing, and they needed it. If he has that game and he's getting hit and no one's getting open for him down the field, I'm going to want to defend him all offseason and say, yeah, you could say Allen was bad in that game and didn't perform up to his standard, and I'll tell you it wasn't his fault.
Yeah.
He didn't have receivers.
I mean, I tend to think many of us get to, and I do this a lot, if he doesn't play well, sure, he has responsibility in that, but I do feel like the system around him, the ecosystem around him is at least, maybe not to blame, but is definitely a factor. People will come for the OC, people will come for the GM, people will come for the coach, people will come for the left tackle if he gives up a sack to Josh Hines Allen or something. Whatever. Maybe it's just because it's the playoffs and we're starting to ramp up. Maybe we do this every year. We kind of forget about it. But the pressure point, how much pressure do you feel like the Bills are under? They are road favorites. They will have to win 3 road games in a row. They have not been great on the road in the playoffs. They've only played, a couple. Mostly it's Kansas City.
Since Allen got great, it's only Kansas City.
Yeah, it's Kansas City and Houston, a game that they had a big lead and blew. And every time you watch that game, I can't believe that they lost it. But even on the road this year, they've lost to teams they probably shouldn't have lost to. You feel like if they were a better team, they might have finished the job. I just think that it's a little overblown. And maybe on Monday, if they lose, which I don't think they will, but if we come in Monday and we're like, are they going to lose because of pressure?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe pressure on the passer, maybe. But, man, I don't buy it.
Well,
I don't buy it, this idea that they're under more pressure because of the teams that are not in there.
Would that be the storyline if we get one of those sugar high Josh games? He doesn't do that. I mean, he has not done that in the playoffs, I don't think, since the Houston game. Did he have a couple of those this year?
He had some this year.
Where he feels like he's got to do everything. I think the Philadelphia game a couple of times he felt like he had to do everything. But then there are these other games where like he does do everything, right? Like, and we talked about his stats against the other top quarterbacks on the other side.
Bucks,
yeah,
right.
like sometimes when he feels like I have to do everything, he just goes out and he does it. But if he's running around and he's what's the craziest thing he can do? I don't think he's going to. He could lateral a football. Didn't he think about it?
Can I give it to you?
He thought about it against the Ravens last year,
That's
didn't
right.
he? He almost did. Like, if he does something like that, then everybody is going to apply that exact phrase to Allen after the game, which is, oh, he was feeling the pressure.
If he takes one of those turn backwards 17-yard sacks.
Okay,
Let me tell you this.
That's the play.
Here's a fun game to play with. Put it in your group chat.
Yeah.
Someone from the future comes in and says to you, I've seen this game. I'll tell you one thing about this game.
Yeah. Josh
Josh Allen will take a 19-yard sack turning backwards trying to make something happen. Did they win the game? Those have come in some games they win, some games they lose, but
Even, actually, it's funny, the one time he pulled it off. You remember the game he pulled it off in?
Yes, hold on. He finds Curtis Samuel in the middle of the field against
Miami.
Okay, here.
It was right in front
Buffalo,
of me. No. He did that in Miami.
Well, they lost in Miami.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
He did it in Miami. He was right in front of me. But that's kind of how that game was going.
Right.
So even though he pulled that play off, how was that game going?
Not too well.
Right. So maybe if he just does it at all, bad sign.
That's what I'm saying.
Where he gets to the sideline and he goes, and he spins around and he starts running the other way.
And he's turning away from Trayvon Walker and Josh Hines Allen. I tell you right now, there will be a 16-yard sack in the game. What's the spread now? What'd you pick?
Jags -3.
Right.
It's worth a 1.5, I think.
803-0550. All right, Sal coming up at 7. We've got Mark Long of the Associated Press at 8, who covers the Jacksonville Jaguars. We'll talk to him about the Jags and where they are in this matchup and coming into this game. I have heard the term house money. In the course of booking Mark Long, reached out to another Jags writer who has since retired. So, along the way, I'm trying to find somebody from the Jags. And 44 years at the Florida Times Sun Union, I got a guy that was retired. And so, all right, well, in that case, you want to just give me a pick? And his pick was Jags. They're playing with house money. That's Gene Frenette, who's since retired.
House money.
And that's kind of what you said. The Jags might not feel pressure because house money, first-year head coach. What are we worried about? We'll be back. Rick in Lakeview. Hey, Rick, good morning.
Good morning. Looking at this, I guess I pressure as a fan, and I don't know, as a team, I don't really feel it because there's an also equally tempered lack of expectation on the other side. You're just talking about, Josh and 17-yard sacks. It's happening in real time, and I think part of the trepidation, those 17-yard sacks used to turn into something amazing. I mean, I know it's because maybe a receiver can't get open, but it's like you're looking at Josh now at 29, soon to be 30, and his Madden rating went from 99 to 94. Is it bad enough? Did it slip? But those toenail, they're starting to happen now where it didn't happen. My biggest fear, and it goes back to special teams, and I haven't really heard anybody talk about how incredibly important special teams is, and it's just not punting and kicking field goals. Number one, we don't have a field goal kicker, which caused the loss in the Philadelphia game. But if we don't have someone who could place a kickoff and you boot it into the end zone, the Jacksonville Jaguars, every possession, are one first down away from a field goal attempt.
That's right. Mm-hmm. That's right.
And it's true. Now, is this kid going to be – we saw what happened to a rookie kicker, for Baltimore, who had a great season. But without – if it's not, the punter has to – if they can't place it and they're just putting it down there, I mean, to make Jacksonville start inside their 20 instead of the 30 or 35 is going to be huge. And I don't like with Prater saying, well, I think I can go. That's a bigger worry than I have, I think, because Josh can be Josh, and I'm loving that.
Yeah, thanks, Rick, for the phone call. The kicker point is, it's right. It's also funny. Cam Little has 2 kicks of 67 yards or more. right?
Mm-hmm.
And
He has a 67-yarder and a 68-yarder
right,
in the
and
regular season.
no one in the NFL has ever made one that far. He has 2.
And he made a 70-yard field goal in the preseason.
Yeah.
So that's his range. If he lines up from 70, he could make it.
Right.
He did it in the preseason. And preseason pledge, whatever, like kicking is the one thing that might carry over that feels real.
Yep. And it's not like he's in a tough environment. It's going to be beautiful, sunny Florida, North Florida.
Right. Also, Washington, we've talked a lot about Parker Washington on offense. I think he has the most punt return touchdowns in the league the last 2 years. He had two. He had 2 this year. He doesn't return kicks, I don't think, like the caller was mentioning, but he is very dangerous on punt returns.
I feel like the Bills' special teams have been pretty good this year. Kick returns have been pretty good.
Yeah.
One quick stat, not to open up an old wound, but I just wanted to look this up. How far was Harrison Butker's kick from 40 or for in
the 13 seconds?
49 yards. So if it's 13 seconds all over again, they actually only need 1 pass. Like you don't need 2.
What was the Bass miss against the Chiefs? 45?
Maybe.
It was like mid-40s, wasn't it?
Yeah, it sounds right. I don't remember because as soon as he walked on the field, I thought the game was over.
I'll be very worried if they put Prater in.
He said yesterday it just kind of tightened up in the cold.
Uh-huh.
So he's optimistic about playing where it's warm.
I'm still afraid of it.
You're right.
I'm still afraid of it.
Understandably. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe, happy Thursday. Bills and Jags, are you buying the idea that there is more pressure on them? I've seen it said so much, I start asking myself, am I not feeling enough of this? Should I be feeling more? Maybe. 803-0550, the phone number. Sal at 7, Mike Long, who covers the Jags, at 8, and temperatures on the rise, going in the 50s tomorrow. It's already getting a little warm today. So, yeah, I guess enjoy that. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Like, the whole conversation to me, Joe, is just relentless trying to convince everyone that the Bills are bound by pressure. Mm-hmm. And maybe it's my own feeling that they're going to win, or maybe it's my own feeling about, like, your point about how everybody's going to be back. Like, well, Josh is not going to age out. I don't think anybody would make a case their window's going to close. Who's the most important player that could potentially leave? This is not the closing of the Poyer, Hyde, Diggs window. Nobody all that important would you think would leave? Milano. Is Milano the best player that would leave? Is it Taron Johnson? Like, they're not at the end of some sort of spot here. And I know, like, every year matters, and I'm sure I'll get around to every year mattering. But, man, the idea, it feels like everyone is trying to create pressure on the Bills this year because they lack Mahomes, Jackson, Burrow to talk about. Like, you know what we got to do? We got to put all of the quarterback takes from those 4 guys. We're going to have to put them on one guy. We can't yell at Bo Nix if he loses.
He's Thanos now with all the Infinity Stones.
Yes. We have to yell at him because, you know, let's be real. If Drake May loses, no one's going to say, like, oh, he's not that good. It was his first ever playoffs.
Right.
If Trevor Lawrence loses, he doesn't move the needle. It's like the entire weight of all 4 quarterbacks who need to win. For Mahomes, he's got to win to chase down Brady. For Burrow, he's got to do it to chase Mahomes. Jackson's got to get one. Allen's got to get one. All right, all 4 of them. There's only one of those guys in. You know what we're going to do? Focus all our powers on one. Him. Mm-hmm. He's the one that has the pressure of 4 quarterbacks. I don't know. I'm hot about it.
The Mahomes, Lamar, Burrow aren't in.
Yes.
So you got to do it now take?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm hot about it.
I've liked Owen's take on this, which leads me to kind of think about whenever someone says, I think even Sal said this yesterday, like, there's no pressure on the Jags because first-year coach or whatever. And I get that.
House money.
Right, and like in some ways, like, no one's going to be mad at the Jaguars if they lose this game. right? Like even their own fans might feel like, all right, good first step. Golf clap of a season.
Patriots have that life right now too, right?
Yeah. I feel like you've got more pressure because I don't know that you're going to be back here. The same way I feel like the Bills are probably going to be back here. Denver, I definitely feel that way about. Like, you got to do it now.
Well, Denver's got the 1 seed, but the idea that
they also have a quarterback that I think is maybe not that great.
Fine.
Houston, like, do it now. All these teams, like, if that is the take and these are the guys you're worried about, all of the teams without Allen, Burrow, Jackson, Mahomes, you better do it this year because this year you might only have to beat one of them, and then in the next couple of years you might have to beat 4 of them or 3 of them or 2 of them.
Even that. Are these 4 entitled to playoff spots? Because apparently not. The thing I would say
well,
is...
it takes injuries. Except for Mahomes.
Mahomes
Mahomes didn't take injury. Mahomes didn't take injury.
Okay, how about last year with Burrow?
Last year?
Yeah.
He missed a bunch of games,
Not
didn't he?
that many. Not that many. They just were terrible defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Lamar? Okay. The Bills have beaten him twice in the playoffs.
Right.
These 3 mythical figures that, can you believe they're not? Tua made the playoffs last year. In the last 2 years, Tua made the playoffs.
But he didn't do anything when he got there.
He's got a longer playoff streak than Burrow. Like this idea that we have to treat these other 3, these guys are not in. I kind of did not expect this. Like during the regular season, fine. But I don't know, shouldn't every team that's not the Bills be using bulletin board material? But like they think that the only teams that are good are the guys that have missed.
The Bills gearing up for Jacksonville in the wild card Sunday at 1 o'clock. We got our first injury report from practice. Damar Hamlin had his 21-day practice window opened and returned in limited fashion. Defensive tackle Daquan Jones, tight end Dalton Kincaid, safety Jordan Poyer, and linebacker Shaq Thompson were all limited. Linebacker Terrell Bernard, cornerback Maxwell Hairston, running back Ty Johnson, linebacker Matt Milano, wide receiver Joshua Palmer, and kicker Matt Prater did not participate. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres back in action tonight, looking to go back-to-back in the win column. They're in New York taking on the Rangers with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. All of your play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, 9 teams have reportedly contacted former Ravens head coach John Harbaugh about vacant and occupied head coaching roles. Buccaneers head coach Todd Bowles said he will remain the team's head coach for 2026. Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert, dealing with that hand injury, is practicing fully to duke it out with the Patriots in the wild card. And NFL insider Jacina Anderson reports the Ravens will interview Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph for the team's open head coaching position. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Joe kind of had me self-scout myself throughout the year this last week, and I came away, God, there's so much out there that I've missed, right? Whether it's getting a little lazy with my feet and not taking a check down and maybe instead trying to force something downfield, or throwing the ball away, not taking sacks and allowing us to be in field goal range, and there's still so much room to improve, and I think I just have this extra emphasis, like I said, on points are at a premium in the playoffs and just trying to do everything I can to give us points.
Josh Allen yesterday at Bills Media Day. Someone pointed out in the chat, and I think this is interesting to note. This is not about Allen. This is about Sneaky Joe across from me right now. He kind of got a Jags color scheme going on today.
Me?
Yeah.
Interesting.
He looks, he's like, that's not wrong.
That's not the thing I needed after I've said multiple times this week. I think the Jags are going to win. That is not great.
AC in the chat pointed out like the guy in the Jags
This
gear.
is a Jags.
Oh
no.
It's kind of like teal.
I have to wear a Bills jersey tomorrow.
Well, you're wearing a black Sabres hat.
Yeah,
so it's
right,
not like
yeah.
you're wearing it, but it's a little Jagsy.
Which is funny because I came in today feeling more confident in the Bills than I have the rest of the week.
Well, your body has decided to revolt against that.
Yeah, I guess. This is definitely a Jags color.
It's close.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
It's very, very close. 803-0550, our phone number. Josh Allen on preparation and how he sat down with Joe Brady and they did a self-scout. It's Bills and Jags, of course. The Sabres played tonight against the New York Rangers.
Nice little help on the out-of-town scoreboard last night.
Did we get some?
I'm watching now. Dallas rolled Washington and Utah beat Ottawa.
All right.
If you want that.
Hey, listen, win tonight and pull into a tie for the first wild card with games in hand. How do you like that?
With Washington, right. You have
Washington's got 50 points.
in 44 games.
And you could have the 7 spot, basically, with 2 in hand.
Yeah. Love it.
Also, if you want to do it this way, win tonight, you're 4 back of Detroit and Montreal. You'd be 4 out of the 2nd spot in the division. And, anyway.
And the Rangers are probably not that good. So
no, that's right.
Winnable. And they are missing J.J. Paterka ran Igor Shesterkin the other night. He's out.
All right, that's good.
Thank you, J.J.
Because Shesterkin, owns the Sabres, right?
By the way,
he owns a lot of people.
Ran is strong. He kind of, touched him with his skate, and he fell. And then who else is out? Adam Fox is out
I
again?
think Fox might be out again.
Okay.
That's Shesterkin.
So best defenseman and their goaltender.
Yeah, Shesterkin is big for them. And, yeah, that play that Paterka injured him on was
worth
He,
pointing.
fell back on his own leg or something.
Yeah, he kind of twisted himself up.
Yep.
I guess he was really, it was apparently a loud yell in the arena when he went down.
Yeah.
Worth pointing out, this is the state of the Eastern Conference. You said the Rangers aren't very good. If they win the Rangers, they'd be tied with the Sabres in points.
It's crazy.
It's nuts.
Right, yeah.
The Sabres have a bunch of games in hand. All right, 803-0550. We started out asking about the pressure idea. Are you buying the idea that there is more pressure on the Bills because of the quarterbacks and the teams that are not in the playoffs? Mahomes, Burrow, Jackson. It seems to be the biggest thing to say around the Bills. So are you feeling that? Are you buying that? They are a 6 seed in the conference, and yet it seems like they're being talked about as if they don't win, they'll be viewed as chokers or a team that really failed in a moment on the road against the second hottest team in football. The Jags have won 8 in a row, and the Texans have won 9 in a row. So, hey, we'll get some more phone calls in.
AFC South. The best year I've ever seen from this division.
Maybe. I've got a great stat for you on the AFC South, by the way, which I'll get to. Mike in Connecticut is up next. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Hope you're doing well today.
Thanks, Mike.
So I was actually just going to weigh in on one point of the game. It doesn't have to do necessarily with the pressure, but I am not from Buffalo, so I'm not at every single game, but I still manage to get to 3 or 4 a year. And one of my biggest takeaways is when I'm at these games is how often, when Dalton Kincaid is healthy, how much he comes off the field.
Yeah.
And one of my keys to this game for Sunday is I have a feeling we need that game from Kincaid like he had his rookie year against Miami. Like, you got to win and you're in, or if, you lose, obviously we would have been the 7th at that time. But it seems like every 3rd and 4, every 3rd and 6, we got to have that down. It was like the ball was going to Kincaid, and you just felt his presence. And although we played the Jets last week, and, we could take it for what it's worth, I did think he looked pretty good. He only played 10 snaps, caught a few balls, but I really think I also saw a stat, too, from, I think Dan Orlovsky tweeted about it, like the difference of when the Bills have Kincaid in the lineup compared to when he's not. So I just have a really big feeling that Kincaid's going to have one of those games that's really going to be having us talk about him and kind of I think he could be the real difference maker in this game.
Yeah.
He is somebody I've been thinking about a lot the last day or so. I saw, yards per pass tweet out the Bills' record when he's in the lineup and when he isn't, and it's 4-5 when he doesn't play, and it's 16-5 when he does, and how their offense performs when he's in versus when he's not in. I just think I'm looking for advantages this week. Where can I get one over on Jacksonville? Especially if they're going to be able to stop James Cook. And they have been a little susceptible to tight ends this year. There have been a couple of big games that have kind of inflated that. Like Bowers had a monster game against them. I think McBride had a big game against them too. If they're a little susceptible against tight ends.
For that Bowers game, that game did go to overtime also.
Okay.
So it's 5 quarters against a tight end.
And he had like 10 catches.
Yeah, he had 21 targets. He had 12 catches on 21 targets and 3 touchdowns.
Right. Still a good game. It's a lot of targets, but still a great game.
And Bowers is Bowers.
He's awesome. So, Kincaid to me, whenever they're in a second or third and long situation, like if it's 3rd and 8, and I need somebody that is going to run her out past the sticks to trust that Allen's going to hit, I think he by far has been their most dangerous option this year when he's been healthy. And I'm hoping that that's the case right now because I think he gives them an element of their offense, like route running.
Can I give you
that they just don't really otherwise have?
An element that Kincaid brings. Here's what I would point out. His longest catch in every game is an explosive play.
Okay.
Like he gets a lot of that. Longest catch by game starting at the Ravens game in every game he has played this year. Mm-hmm. Yards, 22, 18, 20, 28, 23, 23, 47, 20, 20, 24, 26. He's a walking explosive play.
Every game but
one.
He had a 20-yard catch?
Yes.
That's insane, and that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Right. Like every game but one, and the one he had an 18-yard catch, and that was the Jets where they didn't need anything.
Yeah, they threw the ball like
when he
15 times in that game.
When he plays, he's going to get you an explosive play in the passing game, a 20-yard reception.
Kind of incredible he's doing that also, not playing all the snaps.
Right.
Like he's playing half.
That's the other thing about this. Like people like to point out he's the most efficient tight end or one of the most efficient tight ends in yards per target and yards per route run. I often wonder, like, what if instead of everybody eats, which by the way seems to have died, what if they went to the postseason and they said, feed Kincaid?
Yeah.
13 targets.
Yeah.
Right now, 13. What would he finish with? 9 catches, 117 yards? Like, wouldn't you expect it to go very well?
Yeah. Make him the focal point.
His reception totals in every game. Here you go. Starting in the regular season opener to where he finished. 4, 4, 5, 1, 6, 1, 6, 2, 4, 3, 0, 3. Mm-hmm. Like, he's not a guy that gets fed a lot of targets.
No, there's not many. I mean, he didn't have more than 6 targets in a game this year. And you just gave me a 10-target game or 13-target game. More than twice what he's had in a game this year.
I'm offering you a, how about a Brock Bowers game? How about a 19-target game?
I'm into it.
That's, I mean, maybe too much, but it'd be interesting to see what the Jags do if they see him out there. Because the Jags would know, of course, like, hey, Kincaid out there, he makes them a lot better. And from what I'm hearing about the Jags, and we'll talk with Mark Long at 8 o'clock about them, their linebackers are maybe the strength of their entire defense. Like, they have great linebackers.
Devin Lloyd.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, 803-0550. Thanks for the note on Kincaid. I did note that his over-under longest reception is 18.5. He's only not hit that number one time this year, and it was 18.
Yeah.
And he is a walking 20-yard completion.
In 3 playoff games last year, he had a total of 9 targets for 6 catches and 70 yards.
Yeah, we're always talking about Kincaid like he should be great.
Right.
And everybody that kind of watches what he does says there's a lot in here to like, and the Bills have never really gone fully into feed this man.
No.
The closest is, I guess, the Chiefs game. He goes for 6 for 101 and a touchdown in beating the Chiefs. He had 6 for 108 against the Patriots. 2 of their toughest games this year. Mm-hmm. He got 6 catches for 100 yards, and then they just really don't give it to him much.
Do they just think he can't make it?
That
if they gave him a 21-target game like Brock Bowers,
he'd get a knee injury.
He wouldn't make it through the game?
I don't know.
Like, that might be it. I've always thought that's why he never plays most of the snaps.
Yeah, it might be tough to figure him getting a high snap count. He might still be working his way back and managing that injury. I mean, listen, with the Bills' luck, knock on wood, let's make sure nobody gets hurt at practice today. Like, guys have been hurt at practice this year a bunch.
Yep.
And their injury report is long. We'll get to it with Sal at the top of the hour. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Yeah. How about we boil it down to this? Are we sure they're not better than last year? Are they not better than last year's team? Last year's team is this year's team with a bunch of takeaways and no turnovers.
And more James Cook carries.
Right?
A lot more.
More carries for Cook, but not as efficient? Or are you saying this year's?
No, would we have to say this year? I mean, he did win the rushing title. He had 102 more carries this year.
So
like a massive amount, and actually his yards per carry went up by 0.3.
This year's team runs the ball better with James Cook.
Yeah.
And what do they do worse? They don't get as many turnovers.
They don't, and they turn the ball over more.
They turn it over more, and they give up sacks.
Right.
But in terms of just this year's team plays last year's team, who wins? Does last year's team win because they turn the ball over because this team turns it over?
Yeah,
I'm not so sure that they're not better. They're a lot better at safety. They're a lot better. They're a lot better at corner.
That's true.
I mean, going in, like if I take final form, like Benford can be a wash, but my second corner position, if I'm healthy, is what? Hairston/Trey White. Is that better than Rasul Douglas? I think it might be.
Right.
Is their defensive line better than last year? Is it a push? Joey Bosa is better than anybody they had last year.
Yeah, true. Right, Epinesa was one spot higher in the pecking order.
So,
and last year also they actually were pretty good, low-key, at stopping the run last year, but they were horrible against the pass. This year, I flipped that, and I would rather have that.
Rather be that.
Yeah, I'd rather be.
I'd definitely rather be better against the pass than I am against the run. Anyway,
it is close though, isn't it?
Sure.
Like even if we might pick last year, or if we would pick this year, I think that point is probably right. But they're definitely not what they were the 3 years before that.
Like the whole conversation to me, Joe, is just relentless trying to convince everyone that the Bills are bound by pressure. And maybe it's my own feeling that they're going to win, or maybe it's my own feeling about, like, your point about how everybody's going to be back. Like, well, Josh is not going to age out. I don't think anybody would make a case their window's going to close. Who's the most important player that could potentially leave? This is not the closing of the Poyer, Hyde, Diggs window. Nobody all that important would you think would leave? Milano. Is Milano the best player that would leave? Is it Taron Johnson? Like, they're not at the end of some sort of spot here. And I know, like, every year matters, and I'm sure I'll get around to every year mattering. But, man, the idea, it feels like everyone is trying to create pressure on the Bills this year because they lack Mahomes, Jackson, Burrow to talk about. Like, you know what we got to do? We got to put all of the quarterback takes from those four guys. We're going to have to put them on one guy. We can't yell at Bo Nix if he loses.
He's Thanos now with all the Infinity Stones.
Yes. We have to yell at him because, you know, let's be real. If Drake May loses, no one's going to say, like, oh, he's not that good. It was his first ever playoffs.
Right.
If Trevor Lawrence loses, he doesn't move the needle. It's like the entire weight of all four quarterbacks who need to win. For Mahomes, he's got to win to chase down Brady. For Burrow, he's got to do it to chase Mahomes. Jackson's got to get one. Allen's got to get one. All right, all four of them. There's only one of those guys in. You know what we're going to do? Focus all our powers on one. Him. He's the one that has the pressure of four quarterbacks.
As the game went on, I just kind of felt it tightened up, and I think it was more precautionary. So hopefully be able to go this weekend.
Matt Prater, Bills kicker. We'll see if plays a factor. The kicker edge would likely go to the Jags with Cam Little, who's been great this year. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Hopefully Prater is healthy. Bills and Jags Sunday, 1 o'clock. We've got football tonight. Ole Miss and Miami.
Yeah.
And then tomorrow, Oregon and Indiana. And then off to the Saturday games, Rams, Panthers, Packers, Bears.
Trinidad Chambliss, the Ole Miss quarterback, if you haven't sat with him, he's fun. He moves around, shuffle passes, big throws. So, if you're sitting with that game tonight, he's a fun player. So, but we'll see. Miami's the most boring. Miami football has become like Iowa football. I think they just want to play 13 to 10 football games. So,
quarterback carousel in terms of offseason movement, the rumors are swirling. Of course, Lamar Jackson's name is going to be mentioned a lot. Did you see T. Higgins has responded to something Joe Burrow posted?
Okay.
This is good. By good, I mean this is what we do. Burrow posted on Instagram a picture of himself, and it said 2025 was adversity.
Yep.
And the song that's playing is Kanye West's Good Life.
Yep.
To which Kurt Benkert pointed out, lyrics in the song, he's a 5-year NFL quarterback, he's a podcast, right? A lyric in the song says, it feels like Atlanta, it feels like LA, it feels like Miami, it feels like New York. And anyone noticed that? And T. Higgins says, no dice. You're listening to a song, and Joe Burrow must have picked a song that lists cities.
Right.
Sure.
I do think he's more likely to be traded than Lamar, though.
I don't think that's right.
You think Lamar's more likely?
Yes. Mike Florio has said today, even with Harbaugh gone, he thinks Lamar could be gone. And Adam Schefter is reporting that the reporting about Harbaugh losing the locker room couldn't be any less true, and claimed that players were crying in Harbaugh's office. So we have a source off.
But that means he's talking to Harbaugh and Rappaport's talking to the Ravens.
Yes.
So how much do I want to buy that? He probably lost some of the locker room, right? You can't choke that many games away and not have people losing faith in your entire operation. I don't think it's possible. It would be human nature. We lost another one of these in a heartbreaking fashion where we were up. How is this happening? If I were Lamar, I guess I would get sick of it too. And I wouldn't even know if it would be fair to blame Harbaugh, but it happens so often. It's I got to blame somebody. So I would be surprised if the Ravens, after firing Harbaugh, didn't do everything they could to just who do you want as the coach? I would cater everything to him. If he had a thought about getting out. Mm-hmm. What do you want? Who's the guy you want? What receivers do you want? I would be playing that game with him. Give him the power that Rodgers used to have in Green Bay, or what Brady has had at times. I would just whatever he needs.
Is it
because I'm not losing him?
Is it possible? Lamar?
Yeah, if I'm Baltimore, that is nightmare. I'm not losing him under any circumstances.
803-0550. I just wonder if it's possible the owner got tired of. I don't know if a guy got tired of Lamar, but thinks maybe
doesn't think he's taking it seriously.
Maybe. And the coach who let that happen 18 years, I could go full reset here.
Yeah.
Depends who you could get. Nobody wanders into the quarterback desert. It's very rare that a team would ever do that.
Right.
And if you're going to do that, who are you doing it for? It's tough. Who's the best quarterback? We do this sometimes. Who's the best quarterback a team has walked away from while that quarterback is definitely still, I want to say prime. I mean, Lamar's been banged up, and it's been a problem.
Yeah.
Who's the best quarterback a team has walked away from? Cousins?
The Rams with Goff?
Darnold? Goff?
Goff had gone to a Super Bowl. It was a number one pick.
And
he
Goff,
was good.
They did it in a deal that brought back their other quarterback.
Right.
Darnold? How's that look for the Vikings right now?
Terrible. Yeah.
If you want to make it about Cousins, that was for RG3 at the time. No. What's my timeline there? It wasn't RG3.
I thought you were. Russell Wilson got traded.
He did. They walked away from Russell Wilson.
He was still really good.
And that one, they went for Geno Smith right away.
Yeah.
And that actually looked kind of good because Russell Wilson flamed out fast. I don't know. It's a bold move to say we're going to move on from a quarterback when you don't have a plan in place. So,
which is why if I were them, I just wouldn't.
right, I think it's
I wouldn't
unlikely.
even get near that. But even if he's not taking it seriously, right? Like I would manage that situation as best I can before his contract runs out in 2 years.
803-0550. Sal, on the other side, what was said at One Bills Drive yesterday, Josh Allen talking about his self-scout. We also have a big, long article from Dan Pompei in the New York Times, The Athletic, from Dan Pompei about Sean McDermott with some interesting stuff in there, players talking about him. It's kind of the other side, the softer side of McDermott. You know, a couple of years ago, we got the story about how McDermott maybe ruled with an iron fist, and how, in this article, it's about how he's changed. So, you know, people are complex, I guess is what I would say. It's a good piece. We'll get you some of the highlights of that as well. But Sal's coming up with your phone calls. You want to ask a question, throw us a thought. Are you thinking the pressure point is real when it comes to what people are saying about the Bills without Lamar, without Burrow, without Mahomes in the playoffs? It seems to be the biggest talking point of all. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. I don't know. I'm hot about it.
The Mahomes, Lamar, Burrow aren't in.
Yes.
So you got to do it now take.
Yes.
Jeremy White here for.
Yeah.
I'm hot about it.
I've liked Owen's take on this, which leads me to kind of think about whenever someone says, I think even Sal said this yesterday, like, there's no pressure on the Jags because first-year coach or whatever. And I get that.
House money.
Right, and like in some ways, like no one's going to be mad at the Jaguars if they lose this game. Right, like even their own fans might feel like, all right, good first step. Golf clap of a season.
Patriots have that life right now too, right?
Yeah. I feel like you've got more pressure because I don't know that you're going to be back here. The same way I feel like the Bills are probably going to be back here. Denver, I definitely feel that way about. Like, you got to do it now.
Well, Denver's got the 1 seed, but the idea that
But they also have a quarterback that I think is maybe not that great.
Fine.
Houston, like, do it now. All these teams, like, if that is the take and these are the guys you're worried about, all of the teams without Allen, Burrow, Jackson, Mahomes, you better do it this year because this year you might only have to beat one of them, and then in the next couple of years you might have to beat 4 of them or 3 of them or 2 of them.
Even that. Are these 4 entitled to playoff spots? Because apparently not. The thing I would say
Well,
is...
it takes injuries, except for Mahomes.
Mahomes, they were
Mahomes
done
didn't
before.
take injury. Mahomes didn't take injury.
Okay, how about last year with Burrow?
Last year?
Yeah.
He missed a bunch of games,
Not
didn't he?
that many. Not that many. They just were terrible defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Lamar? Okay. The Bills have beaten him twice in the playoffs.
Right.
These 3 mythical figures that, can you believe they're not? Tua made the playoffs last year. In the last 2 years, Tua made the playoffs.
But he didn't do anything when he got there.
He's got a longer playoff streak than Burrow. Like this idea that we have to treat these other 3, well, I mean, these guys are not in. I kind of did not expect this. Like during the regular season, fine. But I don't know, shouldn't every team that's not the Bills be using bulletin board material? But like they think that the only teams that are good are the guys that have missed. Someone pointed out in the chat, and I think this is interesting to note. This is not about Allen. This is about Sneaky Joe across from me right now. He kind of got a Jags color scheme going on today.
Me?
Yeah.
Interesting.
He looks, he's like, that's not wrong.
That's not the thing I needed after I've said multiple times this week. I think the Jags are going to win. That is not great.
AC in the chat pointed out, like, the guy in the Jags
This
gear.
is a Jags.
Oh,
no.
It's kind of like teal.
I have to wear a Bills jersey tomorrow.
Well, you're wearing a black Sabres hat.
Yeah,
so
right,
it's not like
yeah.
you're wearing it, but it's a little Jagsy.
Which is funny because I came in today feeling more confident in the Bills than I have the rest of the week.
Well, your body has decided to revolt against that.
Yeah, I guess. This is definitely a Jags color.
It's close.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
It's very, very close.
The Bills gearing up for Jacksonville in the wild card Sunday at 1 o'clock. We got our first injury report of the week from practice. Damar Hamlin had his 21-day practice window open and returned in limited fashion. Defensive tackle Daquan Jones, tight end Dalton Kincaid, safety Jordan Poyer, and linebacker Shaq Thompson were all limited as well. Linebacker Terrell Bernard, cornerback Maxwell Hairston, running back Ty Johnson, linebacker Matt Milano, wide receiver Joshua Palmer, and kicker Matt Prater did not participate. That's your Barnes Firm injury report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. The Bills made some roster moves as well yesterday, signed cornerback Dane Jackson to the active roster. They placed defensive tackle Jordan Phillips on injured reserve and signed quarterback Shane Buechele and cornerback Darrell Porter Jr. to the practice squad. The Sabres back in action tonight, looking to go back-to-back in the win column. They're in New York taking on the Rangers. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock. All of your play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. And around the NFL, 9 teams have reportedly contacted former Ravens head coach John Harbaugh about vacant and occupied head coaching roles. Buccaneers head coach Todd Bowles said he will remain the team's head coach for 2026. NFL insider Josina Anderson reports the Ravens will interview Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph for the team's open head coaching position. And Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert, dealing with that hand injury, is practicing fully for wild card against the Patriots. And in college football, Ole Miss and Miami duke it out in the Fiesta Bowl tonight. Kickoff is set for 7:30. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Mr. Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline to recap what happened at yesterday's practice at One Bills Drive. Lengthy injury report to get to. Josh Allen speaking with the media. And we wish you a happy Thursday and welcome in Sal. Sal, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to another day closer.
One day closer. These weeks are, I don't know if they're long or they're short. I can't decide, Sal. Like this game, maybe it's because of the uncertainty of kind of which version of the Bills will show up, but I'm eager for the game to get here to finally find out.
For sure. I think the days are long, the weeks are short, right? The years are short. This is how it goes as you get older in life, for sure. I've done a lot of media with other Jacksonville people, and people just we had Mitch Morse on the podcast. Just a lot of people talking about a lot of things, and just trying to get maybe a bit of a sense of what everybody else thinks about the matchup. You try to step out of, sometimes we're a little too close, forest through the trees kind of thing. You know what I mean? We're a little too close to it. So I try to get a sense of what everybody thinks. I'll say this. Jacksonville people are very, very confident. I get it. They have won 8 in a row, and they've looked really good doing it. Why wouldn't they be, right? They look really, really good. So I don't think I don't even criticize. There's no really unwarranted hubris here. But they are really confident in this matchup and believe that, even the one thing that I will tell you that they are scared of is Josh Allen putting on the cape. That's the one thing. It's like Josh Allen, Superman, he's coming. Everybody knows Superman's coming. I heard that yesterday from my guy Hacker down there on 1010. He's like, yep, Josh Allen is Superman. He can put on the cape, but if he doesn't, they're very, very confident as a fan base in this matchup on their side.
Well, I haven't thought of this yet. We've had some people pick whoever wins this game might go to the Super Bowl for the AFC. Ross Tucker said that.
I've heard that too. Yeah, I've heard that too. I think a lot of people believe that.
Me too. And I would say this, if you're a Jags fan especially, you get out of this game, who do you think is going to beat you? You have beaten Houston. You have beaten Denver on the road. If you win this game...
You smoke the Chargers if you played them.
Right.
Yeah.
They have beaten some of the other teams in it. They haven't played New England yet. But if you beat the Bills, you might think the same thing that some Bills fans think, which is this might be the toughest test for this team if you're going to make it all the way.
No, I totally understand that. And if you're a Bills fan, you're still looking at, you could go to Houston, which is not a great matchup, right? You could go to Denver, where that's going to be a tough matchup considering their defense and how they get after you. But you did beat them last year pretty handily.
Yep.
So I do think there's right. You're right. There's the way you look at it from both sides. If the Jags are able to get past the Bills here, you probably are feeling very confident because chances are you could have another home game, right? You never know. The way the seeds fall. And the Bills have to go on the road for a few straight games. So the other part of it is there's just so much less. And I don't like the word pressure right now because I don't think you have to feel the pressure necessarily. You guys have talked about that a little bit today. I do think, though, that the Jags are the team with nothing to lose here, right? Which is they weren't supposed to be here necessarily. They have a first-year head coach. Yes, they have a what was thought at the time as to be a generational quarterback when he was coming out of the draft, and now they've unlocked him a little bit. So I get all of that. But honestly, if they lose this game, there's disappointment. But it's like, okay, we started something, let's go. It kind of reminds me of the Bills in 19, maybe, right?
Yeah.
Whereas if the Bills, they have to win. If they don't win this game, it's okay. Like, you didn't even get as far as you did last year, and the clock is still ticking. All the things that we've heard about them.
803-0550 if you want to throw in a thought with Sal. Sal, let's get to the injury report, the Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. And let's start with Matt Prater, just because maybe, we're watching a lot of players, but Prater is one that, not many people do that job, right? If he's unavailable, I don't know what the plan might be. They've worked out some kickers. So what is the latest from Prater, and what happened to him last week, and how things are going for him?
Yeah, well, they've made a move. They have 2 kickers now on the roster, just in case. So Matthew Wright was signed to the practice squad. So here's the deal, though. Matt Prater, he said, I was encouraged what he said yesterday. We met with him after practice. He did not practice yesterday. It was a walkthrough. He was listed as a DNP. But he said he feels confident that he can get good work in today and then through the rest of the week. And as long as that happens, he feels good about Sunday. The reason why I'm encouraged also is he did use the word precautionary when we asked what happened last Sunday. He said his right quad, which he had been dealing with an injury, had stiffened up on him a bit, and because of the cold and everything, they decided not to continue to let him kick. So I think that's kind of good news, because obviously it's going to be warmer in Jacksonville, right? And then if he feels that if he can get through today and he can get through tomorrow, he's on the right track. The issue, guys, is I think what happens if – and first of all, one thing I'll say is he's got to be very obviously honest with the organization. The organization's got to be honest with him. Like this is where a 44-year-old has to be very, very – honest and upfront, which I'm sure he will be, I'm saying, about how he actually feels. You can't go into Sunday with him thinking, because he's a competitive athlete, I want to play, but he's not totally right. So I think from the Bills' standpoint, what their problem here is, do they actually elevate Matthew Wright on Saturday at 4 p.m., even if they feel Matt Prater's going to kick? Because what if Matt Prater wakes up Sunday morning and it's stiffened up on him again, right? Then you have then you have an option. What if he gets to pregame warmups and something happens? Now you get to Sunday at 11:30. If you do elevate Matthew Wright, which maybe they don't, do you actually put him on the 48-man game day roster with 2 kickers? I mean, I just think there's a lot here you have to consider.
That's an idea that I hadn't thought of until yesterday, Sal, which would be that. Like, what if Prater on the opening kickoff, he's jogging down the field and it just stiffened up. I thought it was the cold, but it just sort of happened. And Are you going to want Wright available to you in case something like that happens? Because there is the cold argument, and I think it probably helps that they are playing somewhere that's warm. But it's just so terrifying to, I think, walk into a game with a 41-year-old kicker that has had an injury. In itself, like, even if he had a great week and leading up, like, I would still be nervous about it if I were Sean McDermott, even if every sign between the Jet game and the Jaguar game was good.
Yeah, you're right. I think I called him 44. You're right, he's 41. I agree with all of that. We talked about this on It's Always Game Day in Buffalo. Bove took the position of, well, so what then? You just have Wisnowski kick off, and you don't go for field goals, and you go for 4th downs, and you go for 2-point conversions. I think that's a tough way to live. I really do.
I'm Mr. Go for it guy, but that would make that's tough.
All right, I'm Mr. Go for it guy, but what happens when you're only down 2 at the 17-yard line? Like you need a kicker.
Right, I agree with that. And the other part of that is it's always great to say, like, just go for it all the time, but if you have no kicker, guess what happens? The defense knows you are going to go for it on 4th down. They're going to play 3rd down differently too.
Yeah.
Right? They're going to force you into some of those 4th downs. As it stands right now, if in normal situations the defense is thinking 3rd down, we stop them here, get them off the field, you can probably try to get closer and say, no, we're going to try and go for it on 4th down. There's a lot of different games that play there. So yeah, I do think it's a decision they have to make. And the reason why it's a tough decision is you only get 2 elevations, right? So if you use one on Matthew Wright, that's one less around the roster you could use on somebody else if you need as a linebacker. There's some guys that are out right now, defensive tackle, whatever it is. And then obviously there's only 48 guys on game day you can dress, so that would be one less guy you could dress in that spot. That's why it becomes difficult.
Sal Capaccio joining us. All right, Sal, the rest of the injury report, it is lengthy, right? We have a number of players that are limited. Yeah. But the news on Josh Allen, at least if we start there, is good. His foot is he's a full participant. I saw his foot as good as it's been in a while.
Yeah, so, Josh said that he feels good, obviously, but he's been saying he feels good. But I think the most encouraging news is even though he's on the injury report with the foot injury, which means that he's receiving treatment in some capacity, that he's a full participant. Now, it was a walkthrough yesterday. It's estimation. So, if we have today he's limited, then I think we have to go, ooh, what happened, right? What's going on? That's a full regular practice. So let's hope he gets through today. Everything is full. That's a regular practice. We'll see about that. That is good news. Yes, it is lengthy, guys, but it is Wednesday. It's late in the year. They're backing off on some guys. I'm sure about that. So, we'll see where it goes. But Terrell Bernard obviously missed last game with the calf injury. He did not practice. Maxwell Hairston, unlikely to play in this game with the ankle injury. That's the big one, I think, that you really kind of think, okay, what are they going to do? You heard in the update, you guys have talked about it. Dane Jackson was signed to the 53-man roster. And actually, guys, I think part of that would be tied to what we just talked about, which is with Prater and Wright, because if you needed to elevate Jackson, then that's one less spot. And then if you need to elevate Wright, that's one less spot, So you put him on the 53. Jordan Phillips went to IR, by the way. So obviously his season is over. Other guys who didn't practice, Matt Milano had an illness, didn't practice. So you hope that, he's okay, which I'm sure, by the end of the week, hopefully he will be. The one that's a little bit, head scratching is Joshua Palmer, because Sean McDermott did not mention his name to us before we went out to practice. And then after practice, he was a DNP with the ankle. But again, it could have very well been, hey, you know what? Let's just give him a day here. Let him rest that ankle a little bit more. He's been dealing with it all year. So we'll see more today.
Do you think Palmer plays a big role on Sunday? Not even, I'm not talking about targets and catches, but is he someone you would expect to be on the field a lot? I thought it was a little interesting, Sal, that he had been dealing with this injury, and he played a ton on Sunday against the Jets. I think it was 84% of the snaps. So is that a sign of maybe he wouldn't play as much in the playoffs, or do you still think he would be involved?
No, I think he'd be involved. I wonder if maybe because he played so many snaps, that's why they backed off him on Wednesday. You know what I mean, Joe? Maybe, hey, you know what? He played a lot. Let's make sure he's good to go. But he wasn't listed as vet rest. It was ankle. So obviously he's got that he's dealing with. I do wonder what happens at wide receiver, but honestly, Gabe playing as much as he did. Gabe Davis played 90-something% of the snaps last week. It was crazy. And Gabe's going back down to Jacksonville here this week. Obviously, he's been a big playoff performer for the Bills, so I'd be surprised if he wasn't active for this game. I know that they played that game a little bit. You're probably looking at, I think Brandon Cooks is a big part of their, what they want to do at wide receiver, considering he didn't play last week. I mean, I think that was an indication we want to make sure this guy is good and healthy, and he's a little older. Khalil Shakir's in that boat, so I would say Joshua Palmer is somebody you'd want it on the field to be active, but certainly, if he's bothered by the ankle, you have to make decisions.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline. Jordan Poyer, Sal?
Jordan Poyer, good news on him that he was back limited with the hamstring. I would be stunned if Jordan Poyer didn't play in a playoff game after everything coming back, the way he did this year, the way he's been playing, the fact that he hasn't played now in a few weeks, getting that hamstring right after he hurt it in the Cleveland game. I think, you're 3 weeks removed from that now. So I think Jordan Poyer, I'd be surprised at this point if he didn't play. Shaq Thompson was limited with the neck injury. That's something that's not new. We know that happened against Cleveland, but he has played since then. But I think what happens here is you have to think about it all as a collective unit, with Thompson and Bernard being out and Matt Milano being sick, obviously. But, you want to make sure you got a healthy middle linebacker, and if Shaq wasn't able to go, you'd need Terrell, but obviously Terrell right now is dealing with the calf injury, so that's a big deal. And it is notable, guys, they did open the 21-day window for safety Damar Hamlin, and you guys know the way this works, right?
Yeah.
Damar is a guy that a lot of Bills fans will tell you, they don't know what he does on the roster, and they don't really want him back there playing safety. Totally get that. Cole Bishop is the starting safety. Jordan Poyer is the starting safety. Cam Lewis is ahead of him on the roster. I would tell everybody this: take a deep breath. You need guys to be able to have depth, and he's also a pretty good special teams player. And if they need someone to step up one rung because of other injuries, then you have another special teams player to fill in for that guy. That to me is why you would have Damar Hamlin return window open.
He can honestly, if he were to return, Poyer has been doing kickoff duty a lot of this season, even while he's been starting.
That's a great point, Joe. It's a great point. If you can get And I don't know, again, you have to play with the numbers. Maybe it doesn't work out. You can't get him on the roster. Maybe he doesn't get activated by this week. But if you could take a little bit off Jordan Poyer to allow Damar Hamlin to play special teams, I think that's a great point as well. Because, as many guys you have available and healthy is better. Damar Hamlin's making the vet minimum, and he's not being activated to be a starting safety. I think people have to calm down a little bit.
What about Ed Oliver?
So Sean McDermott again was asked about him and basically had said the same thing he's said lately, which is he's trending in the right direction, but this week's not going to happen. We don't know if that means next week or the week after, if the Bills continue to advance. If you go back to when he said he had the meniscus injury and he had the cleanup, he indicated basically that he's not. They didn't know if he was on any. If it really hampered his timeline at all. So to me, the timeline was always either going to be this week or next week. The way I always felt, just reading into it, right? If that's the case, then maybe next week is the week, but they're not getting Ed Oliver back. Jordan Phillips went on IR, so now you are getting a little thinner at DT.
Yeah.
I'll say this though, guys, I really like what I've seen from Fedarian Mathis the last few weeks that he's played, and I think TJ Sanders is starting to really understand what his role is in this defense, and he had a sack last week. Like I think they're in a much better spot now than you probably thought they were maybe a few weeks ago at defensive tackle. I think with the way some of these guys are starting to play.
So I want to get to Ty Johnson, the story there. What's going on with him? An ankle injury, did not practice. What are we thinking for Ty Johnson day to day?
Yeah, he actually finished the game after the injury, Jeremy.
Okay.
He did have the injury during the game. It was a play. Can't remember what quarter it was, but those Bills were going left to right. He caught a pass and I think he caught a pass. I don't think it was a run. And he got twisted. He got twisted up for sure. Maybe it's a run. Either way, like you could see it happen. He limped off the field. He did go into the tent. He did get examined. And at that time, I was told on the sidelines, ankle injury probable to return, which is always good, obviously. He did go back in the game, but they didn't have James Cook, right? So you were down already a running back. He went back and he scored a touchdown later. He actually scored a touchdown later in the game after he had the injury. But you know how these things go. Sometimes after the game, things flare up, right? You have to be you have to make sure that you can get through the next several days. So nothing I think right now to be too concerned about, but we'll see where it goes today.
All right. Sal Capaccio. Sal, anything else from practice, like in terms of how they sound? Josh Allen's self-scout was interesting to hear him talk about that. Right?
I love it. That was great. Yeah, Josh. He said that, Joe Brady kind of gave him a task to go self-scout during the week last week. Because Josh then, and one thing, Eric Wood made a great point in the pregame last week. Yes, there's the physical rest that goes along with what happened in week 18 for a lot of these guys. He said, but really what happens for a lot of them too, they need a bit of a mental break they're always grinding on a game plan, right? You're grinding on a game plan. And last week was a week maybe for a guy like Josh, a Matt Milano, a Khalil Shakir to kind of take a step back and not have to really grind on the game plan because they knew where they weren't going to play and say, okay, let's just kind of take a step back and kind of give our brain a little bit of a relaxation here. And in Josh's case, he went and self-scouted, and his quote was something like, man, I watching this thinking, oh my God, I stink, right?
Yeah.
Because he's saying, I missed this guy, I missed that guy. I didn't take that easy throw right there. And how could I have done that? Why did I make that decision? I love that. I think that's when Josh is at his best, when if you go through the years self-reflective on a lot of things and things he should have done differently and bouncing back from different performances. And I think that's a really good sign for the Bills, because I think it really allowed Josh to take a bit of a mental break from the weekly grind of a game plan. And he said that that's not normal. Like they don't normally have that opportunity, right? So it's not like it's something he does every year. It was different this year to do that. But I think also because, I just think it maybe showed Josh something that we've all seen, which is, man, there are some times where he needs to take the easy money, and he's not doing that lately. And maybe this week he's like, you know what? I am going to make sure I take what the defense is giving me and keep everything moving here.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier a little bit, Sal. Like sometimes this goes back, to the beginning of his career, but recently he's played sometimes like he's got to do everything. Thinking of like some of those plays where he like reverses field and runs backwards, and sometimes he takes a sack on it. That the way he talked yesterday might feel like, him trying to do too much, the sugar high Josh. You would hope that doesn't come out as much on Sunday.
Yeah, I've said, guys, this year when people ask me about the Bills' offense, I think that one of the biggest differences between this offense and the several years past is this offense has a tougher time to overcome mistakes, right? And the mistakes sometimes happen in the form of Josh Allen doing what you just said, or it could happen in a fumble or an interception or a penalty, right? You get to the 45 of the other team, you're rolling, you have a penalty, now it's 2nd and 20, and you're like, oh my God, you can't make it up. They haven't been able to make up and overcome. Yeah, yes, I know they converted a 4th and 27 or whatever it was in a game, but they have a tougher time to do that. And I think it's really the words negative plays. That's what it is, negative plays. Josh has to avoid the negative plays because I think for a few years, even taking negative plays, the Bills were able to overcome them. They're just harder to do now with this offense. So I think that's one thing that Josh hopefully was probably, it sounds like, reflective on and saying, okay, the negative plays can't be there, and when they're not there, we're a much, much better offense.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Sal, before we let you go, let's take these young ones back a little bit of history here. Today is the Fiesta Bowl. Sal, when I say Fiesta Bowl to you, what do you think?
I think of a reverse kickoff return, Kirby Dardar.
What? 100-yard Kirby Dardar kickoff return, the 1993 Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah, 1993 against Colorado.
Yep. I just watched it.
That was the Bill McCartney Colorado team. If you ever watched the 30 for 30, he coached that team.
Michael Westbrook's on that team.
Oh my God, it was great. Yeah, it was great. It was great Syracuse teams. You know what's funny, Jeremy, is my first ever game inside the Carrier Dome at the time, now the JMA Wireless Dome. I'm a student on campus. This is 1991, fall of 91. You can look up on the sports reference sites or whatever. Florida comes to the Dome. They're like number 10 in the country maybe at the time. I'm not really sure. They were certainly ranked. They come to the Dome. My first ever game at the Carrier Dome, that exact same play happened.
Yeah.
Kirby Dardar on a reverse runs it all the way back for a kickoff return, and it was so loud in that place. I'm like, oh my God, this is cool. Like, I'm a college student for the first time. And then in a couple years later, they run the same play in the Fiesta Bowl.
Yep.
It was a reverse on the kickoff?
Yes.
Okay.
Watch it and notice a few things, and this is 90s football, because a couple things happened. One, the things I noticed, the quality of the picture. I'm sure Joe will talk about that. Two,
I'm ready for it.
You got to see the shoulder pads on Kirby Dardar. I mean, he is wearing he's wearing a ship. It's a boat that's on his shoulders, and he almost gets tackled at like the 4-yard line, and he takes it 100 yards in the IBM OS2 Fiesta Bowl, which also had the largest on-field logo you've ever seen in your life.
Oh,
so anyway.
And by the way, go check out
the game's in full on YouTube.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You can also watch the kickoff return I'm talking about against Florida. If you type in Kirby Dardar, D-A-R-D-A-R, 2 words, on YouTube, and you can see the reverse that happened against Florida. And in today's football, it would have been totally called back because, well, at least in the NFL, there is a total backward blindside block with a guy going towards his end zone, and he just crushes the dude on this return basically. And again, there's the shoulder pads.
I just saw it as you were 35.
Right, bam, there it is, right?
35 gets destroyed coming back from the other side.
Coming back from the other side. That shoulder pads point is really funny. You say that, Jeremy. The game, the Bills, unfortunately, because the Bills are going to the wild card down at AFC South team, the home run throwback game.
Yeah.
I saw that on TV recently, and that was one thing that really stood out to me. I'm like, look at the shoulder pads on these dudes.
Yeah, Frank Wycheck had some big ones, right? Among others. Eddie George had huge shoulder pads. All right.
Eddie George, by the way, who's actually doing a really good job as a college football coach now.
Where is he?
Is that right?
Oh, yeah, Eddie George. In fact, I think he was somebody in the mix this year. Where is he now? He is the head coach. Hold on. Let me tell you real quick. Where is Eddie George? You got it right there. He's the head coach. Bowling Green, yeah. He's actually done a good job. He's actually getting a lot of love for, maybe, stepping up the ranks, basically, with in coaching now.
I cannot keep track now of, former NFL players that are getting hit. Like, Michael Vick is a head coach. Deshaun Jackson is a college coach, right? There's so many guys that are head coaches now that I just, in some of these smaller programs, right? Probably because they saw Dion do it and get to a bigger job, and they think they probably could do the same thing.
Okay, well, I guess maybe not. Maybe it wasn't as good this year. His record was 4-8 this year. Last year, though, he was a candidate. It was 9-4. 9-4 last year. I think, in fact, you know what I remember? I believe last year, didn't he get a quick look by the Bears maybe before they hired Ben Johnson? That might have been the deal.
In an interview.
Yeah.
Does his college offense have yards per carry that he had in his NFL career?
I know you love this topic. You love it.
You're
think
big
he's so overrated.
Guy,
Do
right?
you know what his NFL career yards per carry was?
4.3?
Lower.
4.1?
Lower.
It's in the threes?
It's in the threes.
Come on.
Keep guessing.
3.8. Yeah.
Lower.
3.6.
I see it now.
3.6.
Never had more than 4.1 in a season.
3.6.
Okay, that's more damning. He never had more than what in a season?
4.1.
4.1.
Oh,
but Joe led the league with 1,500 yards despite 3.7 a carry.
Yep, that happened. Eddie George.
Sometimes I'm glad that I'm my age and I didn't witness football. What was their record that year? He had 400 carries for 1,500.
Oh, that was the home run throwback year.
Yeah, they're 13-3 or something. Yeah.
Oh, I'd have been so mad.
Anyway, thanks, Sal.
You got it, guys.
Fiesta Bowl memories. Fiesta Bowl is also
Fiesta Bowl for me is like
Boise State.
easy answer. Boise State.
Boise State beats
Easily.
Alabama.
No, Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. Sorry, Oklahoma. Yeah, Crimson colors. Boise State beats Oklahoma, and then the guy proposes to his girlfriend.
Yeah, hook and ladder, Statue of Liberty, running back, pass for a touchdown, all in
Fiesta
like
Bowl.
a half-hour sequence.
The Fiesta Bowl, also known for, it used to be, you'd have the game's greatest announcers. Was it Keith Jackson who used to say it's, or maybe Brent Musburger used to say, for all the Tostitos, this one. And it was the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl.
That's
all
good.
right.
Did you, really quickly on college football, did you see where the national championship is? It's at Miami's home stadium.
Oh, right.
So if they win, they have a home game in the national championship.
Yeah. Right.
Which I'm not sure what kind
You
of home
could
field
have
advantage
Miami
they have,
playing at home in the national championship and San Francisco playing at home in the Super Bowl.
All right. I saw their odds, though, are very poor in the NFC. Probably because of what their road is.
They can't play defense.
And
They've
can't,
got
right.
nobody. They can't play defense.
Well, this week they might be okay with that because Philly has some bad games.
Yeah, maybe. All right, we'll get more calls in, 803-0550. What do you feel about the pressure point on the Bills? How much do you think there really is on this franchise, on Josh Allen, on McDermott, whoever you want? 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe talking Bills Jags with you on WGR. Yep. How about we boil it down to this? Are we sure they're not better than last year? Are they not better than last year's team? Last year's team is this year's team with a bunch of takeaways and no turnovers.
And more James Cook carries.
Right?
A lot more.
More carries for Cook, but not as efficient? Or are you saying this year's?
No, would we have to say this year? I mean, he did win the rushing title. He had 102 more carries this year.
So
like a massive amount. And actually, his yards per carry went up by 0.3.
This year's team runs the ball better with James Cook.
Yeah.
And what do they do worse? They don't get as many turnovers.
They don't, and they turn the ball over more.
They turn it over more, and they give up sacks.
Right.
But in terms of just this year's team plays last year's team, who wins? Does last year's team win because they turn the ball over because this team turns it over?
Yeah.
I'm not so sure that they're not better. They're a lot better at safety. They're a lot better. They're a lot better at corner.
That's true.
I mean, going in, like if I take final form, like Benford can be a wash, but my second corner position, if I'm healthy, is what? Hairston/Trey White. Is that better than Rasul Douglas? I think it might be.
Right.
Is their defensive line better than last year? Is it a push? Joey Bosa is better than anybody they had last year.
Yeah, true. Right, Epinesa was one spot higher in the pecking order.
Yeah. So
and last year also they actually were pretty good, low-key, at stopping the run last year, but they were horrible against the pass. This year,
And
I flipped that, and I would rather have
I'd
that.
rather be that.
Yeah, I'd rather be
I'd
what they are
definitely
now.
rather be better against the pass than I am against the run. Anyway,
It is close, though, isn't it?
Sure.
Like, even if we might pick last year or if we would pick this year, I think that point is probably right. But they're definitely not what they were the 3 years before that.
someone pointed out in the chat, and I think this is interesting to note. This is not about Allen. This is about Sneaky Joe across from me right now. He kind of got a Jags color scheme going on today.
Me?
Yeah.
Interesting.
he looks, he's like, that's not wrong.
That's not the thing I needed after I've said multiple times this week. I think the Jags are going to win. That is not great.
AC in the chat pointed out, like, the guy in the Jags
This
gear.
is a Jags.
Oh,
no.
It's kind of like teal.
I have to wear a Bills jersey tomorrow.
Well, you're wearing a black Sabres hat.
Yeah,
so
right,
it's not like you're wearing it, but it's a little Jagsy.
Which is funny because I came in today feeling more confident in the Bills than I have the rest of the week.
Well, your body has decided to revolt against that.
Yeah, I guess. This is definitely a Jags color.
It's close.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
It's very, very close.
The Bills gearing up for Jacksonville in the Wild Card Sunday at 1 o'clock. We got our first injury report of the week. Damar Hamlin had his 21-day practice window opened and returned in limited fashion. Defensive tackle Daquan Jones, tight end Dalton Kincaid, safety Jordan Poyer, linebacker Shaq Thompson. They were all limited participants. Linebacker Terrell Bernard, cornerback Maxwell Hairston, running back Ty Johnson, linebacker Matt Milano, wide receiver Joshua Palmer, and kicker Matt Prater did not participate in practice. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. The Bills made some roster moves yesterday as well. They signed cornerback Dane Jackson to the active roster, placed defensive tackle Jordan Phillips on IR, and signed cornerback Shane Buechele and cornerback Daryl Porter Jr. to the practice squad. The Sabres back in action tonight, looking to go back-to-back in the win column. They're in New York taking on the Rangers. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock. All of your play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, 9 teams have contacted former Ravens coach John Harbaugh about a vacant and occupied head coaching role. Buccaneers head coach Todd Bowles says he will remain the team's head coach for 2026, and NFL insider Josina Anderson reports the Ravens will interview Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph for the team's open coaching position. In college football, Ole Miss and Miami duke it out in the Fiesta Bowl tonight. Kickoff is at 7:30. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I got triggered by it was like a betting site post that was like Josh Allen has no excuses this year with no Lamar. And I'm like, Josh Allen fit in the run? Is Josh Allen two gapping? Like, what are we doing here? Like, the run defense is horrible.
I'm not dumb. You guys are setting this up so that we can trash Josh Allen after this. Like, no. And like, is this his best chance? No, it's not his best chance.
No, because his defense is not good.
Yeah, and like the argument that I ended up on was like Josh Allen's best chance is when there will be nobody else to blame. Like, I'm not worried about Josh Allen, and right now he seems a little injured. Like, my point is Josh Allen don't need to sneak in the back door. Arguing that this is his best chance suggests that he needs to sneak in the back door. I'd rather the AFC be strong and Josh Allen's team be strong than the AFC be weak and his team is also weak.
You know who's under pressure? Sam Darnold is under pressure. Yeah. Matthew Stafford is under pressure because they got good teams around them. Like, I'm not saying the Bills are bad. Obviously, I ranked them where I did. But, like, the idea that this is some, like, absolute favorite is insane. Insane.
Mina Kimes and Dominic Foxworth on the Mina Kimes podcast talking about the Bills and the pressure. We're talking about pressure today. I put a Twitter poll up this morning. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. My question in the Twitter poll that I asked was, are you buying what seems to be like a relentless kind of narrative that there's more pressure on the Bills because of the three big-name quarterbacks that are not in the playoffs? So do you think there's more pressure because of that? You might think there is pressure, but there's not more. 76% voting so far say no, not buying that there is more pressure on the Bills. So you can give us a call about the pressure, who pressure might be on, about the matchup, how you feel about it, if you're confident, if you're not. Do you want to comment on Joe wearing Jags gear today? Sorry, not Jags gear, just Jags colors.
I mean, down to everything. I got a wristband on that even has got the Jags colors. Yeah, my 11-day power play thing here.
What is this?
I mean, that I wear every day. That doesn't change.
Fair.
Didn't think about it when I threw the old golf hoodie on here.
It'd be like someone at Ohio State wearing a big M hat, just like,
no,
this is actually.
It'd be like wearing blue.
This is in Michigan. This is
there's a swan on here. There's not a jaguar.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah,
I have a stat for you. It's going to finally punctuate my point that I made yesterday, which is a frivolous, dumb point I probably shouldn't make, but I'll just do it anyway. The whole wins against teams with winning records.
Yeah.
It's funny. I saw we posted, Owen picked a clip and put it on social, how I was pointing out the Bills only have 2 wins over teams with winning records, which you decide how much that matters to you. I was making the case it actually doesn't matter. Doesn't matter about the Bills, doesn't matter about the Jaguars. Here's one great way I thought to point out how games against teams with a winning record doesn't matter. Do you know how Jacksonville could have one more win over a team with a winning record?
How's that?
If they lost to the Colts.
Huh?
If they lost a game to the Colts, they would have more wins over teams.
Oh, because the loss would have put the Colts into a win.
The Colts finished 8-9. So if the Jags would have been better with more wins over teams with a winning record.
Yeah. If you're going to play that game, I would think you should rather play it with, like I saw Jeff Howe tweet yesterday, who works for The Athletic, like every team's record against the teams in the playoff field.
Even that is very inconsistent. The Seahawks have played the Niners and the Rams 4 times.
Yep.
And the Bills have played the Panthers and the Steelers and the Patriots.
He's got the Seahawks at 6-2, which is 8 games against teams in the playoff field, whereas like New England's 2-2. They've played 4.
And New England's games are are Pittsburgh, Buffalo, and who else did they play? It had to be Carolina. They play the NFC South.
Yeah, I think so.
So it's just even that's not worth much to me.
Bills are 3-3. The Jags are 5-3, by the way.
5-3.
But again, like that's part of the point. Like, who's worth tearing down here? Like, really, if you want to use that, all right, the Bills are 3-3. The Patriots are 2-2. The Jags are 5-3. Like, none of these are really
and they're not playing the same teams. The Jags play Houston twice.
Like, the only team really that stands out that is different in any way on like this list. It's not Seattle because they're up higher, 6-2. But in the negative, the only team that stands out is like, oh, you're really bad against the teams that are that have made it is Pittsburgh, who's 1-5.
There you go.
And that's not surprising because we all kind of know that team is not that good.
And their win is New England in week 3 with 5 turnovers.
Right, yeah.
All right. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. I also have another interesting note about this year's playoff field to get to in a moment. Get some calls in here as we connect with some callers. Ryan in Chicago. Ryan, good morning.
Hey, guys. Sorry if it's loud. I'm walking on my train, so I'll keep this quick. But I just want to say about the pressure on Josh and the Bills to win. I don't think there's any more pressure this year than in the playoffs the past 2-3 years. Aside from maybe the Cincinnati game at home that we lost, Josh has been spectacular in the playoffs. We're a good team. We're a great team. We got the best player in the league. Josh is 30 years old. Cut the guy some slack. We're going to be back here with a chance to win. Go Bills.
Thanks, Ryan. You know, it's funny. Like, I think if you're a sports fan, that whatever is reasonable about a lot of things. You understand that maybe not always the best version of a team wins the Super Bowl, and the best team doesn't always win. It's just about winning, though. Like, win it. Do the whole thing and win it. If I were to ask you right now, do you think next year's Bills team will be better than this year's Bills team? What do you think? What do you think the answer is on I'm not going to post a Twitter poll. Again, I'm not like looking to the offseason, but just the idea that there's so much pressure.
I think they probably will.
You think they'll be better next year?
I hope.
Without even saying what.
Yeah, no, I think they will.
Without even saying what they do.
I think they will. Yes.
Maybe they'll be healthier. Maybe they'll have Ed Oliver. Maybe they'll have
a whole different receiver room.
There might be a lot of things.
Yeah.
But it's not insane to think they'll be better next year.
Right. They're not going to lose anybody.
Not.
Who are they going to lose?
Milano. Maybe.
Yeah. And he's been better lately, but I'm not terrified of that. So
that's just
I think
that's to me a point about pressure. Like, if you had maybe one of those years where it's the Bills are the 2 seed, and I mean, if they'd stayed healthy and been a 1 seed with Vaughn and everybody's old, and we're thinking like, all right, here it is. The road goes through Orchard Park.
Right.
You got to get it done this year. That said, go get it done, and we'll see what happens.
It doesn't really, and I think every year it does get turned up this way, but it's not about the field. It's not about even the season. It's just about how old is Josh Allen? That's it. And have you won it yet? Because every year that you don't win it, every year that he gets older, I think all that pressure, it gets, turned up just a little bit every single year. That's it. Because you lose one chance every time you don't do it. And he will be 30 next year. And maybe that'll feel like a milestone or a mark in the road here where people's anxiety levels will get a lot higher because, okay, wait, now he's 30 and I haven't done it yet. But I think it's tied to that more than it's tied to, well, Kansas City's not here and Baltimore's not there. Like, I do think that matters.
Sure.
But, my anxiety level about the pressure on them to win isn't really about the field right now. Because I think the Jags are great. And I think, that a lot of these teams in the field right now are dangerous. I think there's only one pushover in the entire conference. And then you probably won't see them in Pittsburgh. For me, it's more about it's just another year and it's another chance of not winning with him, and he will be entering his 30s next year.
One possible outcome, no matter how far they go, if it's this week, if it's the Super Bowl, if they fall just short in any single game, will we wonder about, here we have teams that made moves at the deadline. The Bills did not.
Right.
McDermott yesterday again brought up Jacoby Myers and talked about him again. And the
Loves
Jags,
Jacoby Myers.
The Jags that wasn't their only trade. The Jags made multiple trades this year. But Jacoby Myers was a hey, we need some help in a position because of injury. Let's go in and let's continue to build. And it's not that the Bills didn't make the Waddle move that was reported, or maybe they were after Myers and didn't make it. If they lose, we will be left to wonder, not just this week, but even in the Super Bowl, if they get farther than ever and lose by 2, that could feel like progress, or it could feel like it was more there than ever. You did go farther. Mm-hmm. And did you leave something on the table that you could have done, should have done, but didn't do? And that's something the GM will have to answer to, or just kind of deal with if in fact it gets that far. Of course, they could just win it. 803-0550. Which quarterback in this year's field has the most game-winning drives in the NFL this season?
The most game-winning drives?
The most game-winning drives in the NFL this season.
I'm going to guess.
I'll give you one little note here. NFL Game Day tweeted this out. Who do you trust the most with the game on the line? I want 3 names. One quarterback has 7. Two quarterbacks have 6. Give me the 3 quarterbacks.
Just because I've seen this guy do it a bunch this year, even though I might have only seen 3 of them. Is Caleb Williams on the list?
He has 6.
Okay. He's one of the, okay.
Yep.
Is Allen on the list?
No.
Not even with a couple comebacks there. What about, are they on the playoff field?
Yeah, these are of the playoff quarterbacks.
Oh, of the playoff quarterbacks.
Of the playoff quarterbacls. I think all 3 might be. It might just not be the playoff field. It might be whatever.
Just in general.
Yeah, but they're all 3 are playoff quarterbacks.
Well, Drake May's never down, so it's not Drake May.
Nope.
Is Aaron Rodgers?
Nope. It's unintentionally funny.
Because I don't want to. There's some like Stafford isn't a guy I want to pick for this because they're up all the time.
You don't.
It's unintentionally funny. Is Bryce Young on the list?
6, and one guy with more. Again, the header is, who do you trust with the most?
And these are going to be guys.
With the game on the line, tied for second, Caleb Williams and Bryce Young. Number 1?
Is it Jalen Hurts?
Nope.
Is it Purdy?
Nope.
Who's number one?
Unintentionally funny. Who you trust in the playoffs?
It's not Lawrence.
Nope.
Bo Nix?
Yes.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
The list is Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, Bryce Young.
That is ridiculous.
Who do you trust most with the game on the line?
If you were making that list for real, those three would be like maybe Williams would be kind of high, but
I don't know.
Wouldn't Young be dead last? Would he be dead last? Quarterback, you trust the least in the playoffs with the game on the line. I think he's number one.
You play close games, you might get some game-winning drives, right? That's it.
Right,
It's like a one-score game thing. Like, who's best in one-score games? The Broncos this year have been great. 803-0550. More your phone calls. Mark Long of the Associated Press talking Jags with us as well in the next hour. But what do you think? You buying the pressure idea for the Bills, that there's more or less? Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Like Kincaid to me, whenever they're in a second or third and long situation, like if it's 3rd and 8 and I need somebody that is going to run her out past the sticks to trust that Allen's going to hit, I think he by far has been their most dangerous option this year when he's been healthy. And I'm hoping that that's the case right now because I think he gives them an element of their offense, like route running.
Can I give you
that they just don't really otherwise have?
An element that Kincaid brings. Here's what I would point out. His longest catch in every game is an explosive play.
Okay.
Like he gets a lot of that. Longest catch by game starting at the Ravens game in every game he has played this year. Mm-hmm. Yards, 22, 18, 20, 28, 23, 23, 47, 20, 20, 24, 26. He's a walking explosive play.
Every game but
one.
He had a 20-yard catch?
Yes.
That's insane, and that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Right. Like every game but one, and the one he had an 18-yard catch, and that was the Jets where they didn't need anything.
Yeah, they threw the ball like
when he
15
plays
times in that game.
When he plays, he's going to get you an explosive play in the passing game, a 20-yard reception.
Kind of incredible. He's doing that also, not playing all the snaps.
Right.
Like he's playing half.
That's the other thing about this. Like people like to point out he's the most efficient tight end or one of the most efficient tight ends in yards per target and yards per route run. I often wonder, like, what if instead of everybody eats, which by the way seems to have died, what if they went to the postseason and they said, feed Kincaid?
Yeah.
13 targets.
Yeah.
Right now, 13. What would he finish with? 9 catches, 117 yards? I don't know. I'm hot about it.
The Mahomes, Lamar, Burrow aren't in.
Yes.
So you got to do it now take?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm hot about it.
I've liked Owen's take on this, which leads me to kind of think about whenever someone says, I think even Sal said this yesterday, like there's no pressure on the Jags because first-year coach or whatever.
Yeah,
And I get that.
House money.
Right, and like in some ways, like no one's going to be mad at the Jaguars if they lose this game. All right, like even their own fans might feel like, all right, good first step. Golf clap of a season.
Patriots have that life right now too, right?
Yeah. I feel like you've got more pressure because I don't know that you're going to be back here. The same way I feel like the Bills are probably going to be back here. Denver, I definitely feel that way about. Like, you got to do it now.
Well, Denver's got the 1 seed, but the idea that...
But they also have a quarterback that I think is maybe not that great.
Fine.
Houston, like, do it now. All these teams, like, if that is the take and these are the guys you're worried about, all of the teams without Allen, Burrow, Jackson, Mahomes, you better do it this year because this year you might only have to beat one of them, and then in the next couple of years you might have to beat 4 of them or 3 of them or 2 of them.
Even that. Are these 4 entitled to playoff spots? Because apparently not. The thing I would say
well,
is...
it takes injuries. Except for Mahomes.
Mahomes
didn't take injury. Mahomes didn't take injury.
Okay. How about last year with Burrow?
Last year?
Yeah.
He missed a bunch of games,
Not
didn't he?
that many. Not that many. They just were terrible defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Lamar? Okay. The Bills have beaten him twice in the playoffs.
Right.
These 3 mythical figures that, can you believe they're not? Tua made the playoffs last year. In the last 2 years, Tua made the playoffs.
But he didn't do anything when he got there.
He's got a longer playoff streak than Burrow. Like this idea that we have to treat these other 3, these guys are not in. I kind of did not expect this. Like during the regular season, fine. But I don't know. Shouldn't every team that's not the Bills be using bulletin board material? But like, they think that the only teams that are good are the guys that have missed. Hey, everybody. Happy Thursday. Jeremy and Joe. January 8th. Any Bills history on January 8th? Today, the anniversary of
yesterday was the anniversary of the last Bills-Jaguars playoff game.
Oh, okay. This is the anniversary of the win against the Patriots.
Yeah, this is the Nyheim Hines anniversary.
Yeah.
The first game after DeMar Hamlin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which was that would have been yesterday. Sorry.
That was yesterday,
January
not
7th, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen any other anniversaries for today. I did watch some highlights of that Jags-Bills playoff game from
No, it is today. Sorry. The
Hines one?
The article of this day in history was January 7th. It was written yesterday that like, today is the day.
Right.
Patriots at Bills, January 8th, 2023, opening kickoff, 96 yards.
Does anyone remember what the second return looked like?
No.
I remember there was a second return.
It was longer.
I don't know if I've ever seen it again.
It was longer. It
was
was 101.
101.
Yep.
Do they have a kick return touchdown since then?
New England had just taken a 17-14 lead in that game. The Bills returned the opening kick.
They didn't look great in that game.
No.
They got 2 kick return touchdowns and won by how much?
12.
12? Yeah, and that wasn't a good New England team. It was a bad New England team.
803-0550. We'll get some more phone calls in here, and we'll hear from Mark Long, Associated Press on the Jaguars. So if you're on hold, stick with us. We'll get to your calls next segment and get a little more info on the Jags. Also, go to our Instagram page if you can, because Owen Parker, the Parlay Killer, has done some great work putting together Joe's current outfit, put directly next to Trevor Lawrence wearing what I would assume is the same outfit, the same teal zip and black hat. It's kind of wild.
But he's got blonde hair flowing out of that.
He does have some beautiful flow. So check that out on Instagram if you want a good laugh. Good stuff. 803-0550, Mark Long, Associated Press on the Jags, and your calls when we return. Like, the whole conversation to me, Joe, is just relentless trying to convince everyone that the Bills are bound by pressure. Mm-hmm. And maybe it's my own feeling that they're going to win, or maybe it's my own feeling about, like, your point about how everybody's going to be back. Like, well, Josh is not going to age out. I don't think anybody would make a case their window's going to close. Who's the most important player that could potentially leave? This is not the closing of the Poyer, Hyde, Diggs window. Nobody all that important would you think would leave? Milano. Is Milano the best player that would leave? Is it Taron Johnson? Like, they're not at the end of some sort of spot here. And I know, like, every year matters, and I'm sure I'll get around to every year mattering, but, man, the idea, it feels like everyone is trying to create pressure on the Bills this year because they lack Mahomes, Jackson, Burrow to talk about. Like, you know what we got to do? We got to put all of the quarterback takes from those 4 guys, we're going to have to put them on one guy. We can't yell at Bo Nix if he loses.
He's Thanos now with all the Infinity Stones.
Yes. We have to yell at him because, you know, let's be real. If Drake May loses, no one's going to say, like, oh, he's not that good. It was his first ever playoffs.
Right.
If Trevor Lawrence loses, he doesn't move the needle. It's like the entire weight of all 4 quarterbacks who need to win. For Mahomes, he's got to win to chase down Brady. For Burrow, he's got to do it to chase Mahomes. Jackson's got to get one. Allen's got to get one. All right, all 4 of them. There's only one of those guys in. You know what we're going to do? Focus all our powers on one. Him. Mm-hmm. He's the one that has the pressure of 4 quarterbacks. How about we boil it down to this? Are we sure they're not better than last year? Are they not better than last year's team? Last year's team is this year's team with a bunch of takeaways and no turnovers.
And more James Cook carries.
Right?
A lot more.
More carries for Cook, but not as efficient? Or are you saying this year's?
No, would we have to say this year? I mean, he did win the rushing title. He had 102 more carries this year.
So,
like a massive amount. And actually, his yards per carry went up by 0.3.
This year's team runs the ball better with James Cook.
Yeah.
And what do they do worse? They don't get as many turnovers.
They don't, and they turn the ball over more.
They turn it over more, and they give up sacks.
Right.
But in terms of just this year's team plays last year's team, who wins? Does last year's team win because they turn the ball over because this team turns it over?
Yeah,
I'm not so sure that they're not better. They're a lot better at safety. They're a lot better. They're a lot better at corner.
That's true.
I mean, going in, like if I take final form, like Benford can be a wash, but my second corner position, if I'm healthy, is what? Hairston / Trey White. Is that better than Rasul Douglas? I think it might be.
Right.
Is their defensive line better than last year? Is it a push? Joey Bosa is better than anybody they had last year.
Yeah, true. Right, Epinesa was 1 spot higher in the pecking order.
So,
and last year also they actually were pretty good, low-key, at stopping the run last year, but they were horrible against the pass. This year, I flipped that, and I would rather have that.
Rather be that.
Yeah, I'd rather be
I'd definitely rather be better against the pass than I am against the run. Anyway,
it is close though, isn't it?
Sure.
Like even if we might pick last year or if we would pick this year, I think that point is probably right. But they're definitely not what they were the 3 years before that.
The Bills gearing up for Jacksonville in the wild card Sunday at 1 o'clock. We got our first injury report from practice this week. Damar Hamlin had his 21-day window open and is returned in limited fashion. Defensive tackle Daquan Jones, tight end Dalton Kincaid, safety Jordan Poyer, linebacker Shaq Thompson, they're all limited. Linebacker Terrell Bernard, cornerback Maxwell Hairston, running back Ty Johnson, linebacker Matt Milano, wide receiver Joshua Palmer, and kicker Matt Prater did not participate in practice. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Bills made some roster moves as well yesterday, signing quarterback Dane Jackson to the active roster. They placed defensive tackle Jordan Phillips on injured reserve and signed quarterback Shane Buechele and cornerback Darrell Porter Jr. to the practice squad. The Sabres back in action tonight, look to go back-to-back in the win column. They're in New York taking on the Rangers with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. And all of your play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, 9 teams have reportedly contacted former Ravens head coach John Harbaugh about the vacant and occupied head coaching roles open. Buccaneers head coach Todd Bowles said he will remain the team's head coach for 2026, and NFL insider Josina Anderson reports the Ravens will interview Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph for the team's open head coaching position. And in college football, Ole Miss and Miami duke it out in the Fiesta Bowl tonight. Kickoff set for 7:30. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I know you mentioned it earlier that they're just not going to be able to line up and play smash mouth with James Cook, but I think they have to start the game trying to do that. I really do. And then I think the other part that's important for Buffalo, let's get off to a fast start. Because if you get off to a fast start, Trevor's heart starts beating a little bit faster. He hasn't been in these situations as much as Josh has been in these situations, and we know how much playoff football is driven by the play of quarterbacks. So
I'm going to predict, Fitz, we're going to see a couple boots, some screens early in this game by Liam Cohen. Like, I think he's going to try to calm Trev down to start this game. If I was over there on the Buffalo side, I'm saying, hey, listen, you're going to have a bunch of plays to settle Trevor down in this game at first, because Liam knows. He knows what everyone's expecting.
Fitz and Witt, Ryan Fitzpatrick and Andrew Whitworth on their podcast previewing Bills and Jaguars. We'll continue to do it here. Mark Long of the Associated Press joining us on the Western Hotline. He covers the Jaguars there in Florida. And Mark, thanks for taking some time this morning. Jeremy and Joe, looking forward to the game on Sunday, and happy to talk to you about it.
Hey, Jeremy and Joe, how are you guys?
We're good. How does that point that Ryan Fitzpatrick and Andrew Whitworth make there about Trevor Lawrence? We've talked a little bit about pressure today, and the Bills, of course, in a spot to try and get to a Super Bowl. They've yet to do it in the Josh Allen, Sean McDermott era. How about pressure on Trevor Lawrence now that they're having the kind of season that they've had down the stretch here?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a certain group of people, maybe even Jags fans, who are kind of wondering, is this window that Trevor Lawrence is playing in right now, is this sustainable? Is this who he is, or is he going to have a game where he reverts back to, the guy we've seen for 4 years, where he's, a little bit of a roller coaster. He has that game where he's got 3 or 4 turnovers in him. He's already had it this year at Arizona. So I think you always wonder about that, and you look at playoff experience, as those guys mentioned, and he's got 2 games, and one of them, the last one was at home. It was a miserable game against the Chargers in the first half. They're down 27-0. Lawrence couldn't do anything right, and then he does everything right in the first half, and it's one of the greatest comebacks in franchise history. But you just wonder, because they don't have a ton of playoff experience. They certainly don't have anywhere near what Buffalo has from that standpoint, and it'll be a raucous crowd. It'll feel different. But again, I think the flip side of that is Trevor's played in a ton of big games. Yes, not in the NFL, but he's played in national championships. He won a national championship as a freshman at Clemson, high school championship. So I think he's got at least, he's got a little bit of a feel for what these things are like, and he realizes that you can't treat them a whole lot different than everything else, even though everybody knows the stakes are so much higher.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that Lawrence is, even at this point, his only playoff win of his NFL career was the same roller coaster that you're talking about.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, the LA Chargers, down 27-0 at halftime, and I think he had 4 or maybe even 5 turnovers in the first half. There was talk, we were talking in the press box about, do they bench him? You know, it was so awful. He couldn't do anything right. And he comes out in the second half and is unstoppable. And, you know, it really looks, it's a little bit of what we've seen this season. The first half of the season, you know, there were people in Jacksonville going, okay, what are they going to do? New regime, there's no way they can be committed to this guy long term because he's just not the franchise quarterback. And now it's very clear. And then all of a sudden he flips the switch, and the last 10 games, really the last 8 game winning streak, he's been an unworldly guy, you know, best quarterback in the league over those last 8 games.
We've heard a lot here about like Jacoby Myers as being something that really changed things. How much has it been Liam Cohen? Like he gets introduced, it's year 1 as head coach for him. Has it been, I don't know, is he a rock star right now? Is he like the mayor of town because of how well it's gone and how things look? Or how did year 1 go for him as a process?
Yeah, he's been unbelievable. I mean, he is a master motivator. He is an unbelievable elite communicator and a fantastic play caller. And you throw those 3 things together, and he's taken a young roster, a hungry roster, and really made it click. And it starts with Trevor, right? You know, this guy's unlocked some things in Trevor Lawrence. The guy is seeing the field better, getting rid of the ball better, running a little bit with a little bit more aggression. Not Josh Allen, but certainly better than what we've seen from Trevor Lawrence, career high touchdown rushes. So, you know, all those things. But I'll tell you this is a little bit of a, you know, Jacoby Myers is a perfect example of what, and it's not just Liam Cohen, it's also general manager James Gladstone and top executive Tony Baselli. These guys are unafraid to make some what some people might consider wild moves. They have benched receivers, you know, De'Ami Brown. They paid him a 1-year, $10 million deal. He doesn't even see the field anymore. Emmanuel Ogbah, a defensive end. They certainly did it with Gabe Davis. They saw Gabe Davis in the offseason and said thanks but no thanks, and ate a lot of money to dump Gabe Davis, who's now in Buffalo. And they did trade Tank Bigsby. They a bunch of trades and dumping guys who are disgruntled and maybe not the safety who's in Buffalo now, came from Washington with the Jags.
Darnell Savage?
Darnell Savage. Yeah. Another one. Yeah. Very disgruntled, and they said, well, we've seen enough. Dump him. So that's the other thing is like they are just unafraid to make some moves that other regimes, front office, head coach, would just be a little bit scared to do. So it all comes back to Liam Cohen. The guy's, you know, 40 years old, and, you know, he looks and feels like a seasoned vet making some of these moves.
Was there a moment here for like what to do about Brian Thomas Jr.? He had such a great rookie campaign, and then this year was it a terrible start? I mean, from afar, it sounded like it was maybe crisis situation, and maybe even at the deadline, like there was chatter he could be moved.
Terrible start. Terrible. And it goes back to the preseason. He wasn't good in OTAs. He had drops all of camp. They had their radar up in camp knowing they had an issue, and they went out and they tried to get a guy from Denver who ended up in New Orleans. Couldn't get him.
Devon Vele, that guy?
That guy.
Okay.
Yes. You got a better memory than I do.
I tend to think about receivers a lot, Mark. People around here know that. So go ahead.
Well, they end up getting Tim Patrick, and he's been a big help, sure-handed guy. And then, of course, they tried to get Jacoby Myers. The Raiders weren't ready to trade him. They ended up doubling back and, you know, paying a pretty good price, 2 picks, a 4th and a 6th to get maybe a 3rd and a 5th to get Jacoby Myers. And again, but he's been fantastic, and he's allowed them to take Brian Thomas Jr. and diminish his role. Just not a guy over the middle, not a dependable 3rd down receiver. He's certainly a deep threat, and he's a guy that they try to get the ball to in one-on-one coverage on the outside, but they have absolutely completely changed his role in terms of being that go-to receiver for Trevor Lawrence. It's no longer him. It's certainly Jacoby Myers is his most dependable. And then Parker Washington, who's come out of nowhere and really been their second threat. And Brian Thomas is number 3, though he commands a lot of attention on defenses because of his top-end speed.
Yeah, what kind of player is Washington? If someone isn't too familiar with his game, he's been putting up crazy stats lately. I saw Mark his the over under prop bets for this game. I think he has the highest number, or he was tied with Myers for the entire game on either side. So there's definitely an expectation that he's a part of that offense. The Yak plays a lot, right? Because he's also a punt returner.
Yeah, he's a poor man's Emelman, not Emelman. Gosh, you guys can help me with another name.
Julian Edelman.
Yes, Edelman, a poor man's Edelman. He's built like he's stocky but ripped. Penn State kid, great hands, unafraid, takes shots over the middle, just completely unafraid of anything. Tons of yak, ton of wiggle with the ball in his hands. So it's a guy they're playing through, and rightfully so. Probably partly because of the attention Myers and Brian Thomas Jr. get on the outside, that he's kind of running free underneath and over the middle. And again, big, strong, not big, stout, small in stature, but thick guy who's able to take that pounding over the middle.
Before we get to the Jags defense, would you have full expectation the Jags offense is going to have success, it's going to be able to put up points against this Bills defense?
They think they're going to be able to do pretty much whatever they've done. And again, this is a team that's averaging almost 33 points a game since its bye week, over the last 10. So they have scored and pretty much scored on everybody. Maybe one offensive stinker in there. And even when you go back and you look at the game they lost over the last 10 was at Houston. They were up 19 in the fourth quarter, end up losing that, but they had their way for three quarters. They had their way with Houston, which we all know is, the best defense in the league, or at least one of two or three. So they believe they're going to be able to run the ball against Buffalo, and certainly be able to pick apart Buffalo's secondary, which has had obviously some injury issues.
Yeah. On them running the ball, and then we'll get to the defense. Is it a good rush offense? Because a lot of what I see is that it's not exactly the bread and butter. Right? Travis Etienne, sure, there's ability and the run game itself, but it's not really their calling card.
They want it to be their calling card. It just hasn't been. Etienne he doesn't have a 100-yard game since, I think, go back to October, San Francisco. He had a 100-yard rushing game. So it's been hit or miss. They want to run the ball. They're going to try to run the ball, but they have not been very good at running the ball of late. They expect to get Michelle Tootin as a rookie, a little bit better inside between the tackles guy. He was back last week, but they expect to get him, he's coming back from a broken hand. They expect he'll be a little bit more in the mix this week. Etienne's fantastic out of the backfield, pass catcher, fantastic on the edge, getting the perimeter, but he has not seen it great between the tackles. They haven't blocked it great between the tackles. They got to extend their blocks a little bit longer. It's a lot of issues they got going on in the run game. They hope they can fix them against Buffalo, but again, Buffalo hasn't been awful against the run of late.
Yeah.
They've been much better. I think 4 of their last 6, maybe under 100 yards, their opponent. So I don't think Buffalo's run defense is as bad as people maybe as the numbers indicate from early in the season. Though again, you're playing with that Ed Oliver, that changes things.
Is that why they're running Lawrence more, or is more of his rushing totals lately been scrambles?
No, it's designed. A lot of it's designed. Some of it's scrambles. Down in the red zone, those are a lot of. He's got 9 rushing touchdowns, a career high. He's one of 4 quarterbacks in NFL history with 25 passing touchdowns and 9 rushing touchdowns in the same season, along with Josh Allen's on that list, Cam Newton, maybe Kyler Murray, I think, is the 4th one. So, a lot of it, especially down in the red zone, is designed runs because they're not this is not the best offensive line in the league, certainly not the best offensive line Jacksonville's ever run out there. So they're not blowing guys off the ball down in the red zone. So they're doing a lot of design, schemed up stuff. And that goes back to Cohen. Guy's a really good scheme guy and play caller, mixing it up, run, pass, and creating some new wrinkles every single week. And a lot of that does involve Trevor Lawrence to get more out of his legs.
Mark Long on the Jags of the Associated Press. All right, Mark, so the Jags defense, fearsome, dominant, what level have they been playing at of late?
Fortunate, right? I mean, when you have the number of takeaways they have in this, they've set an NFL, or not an NFL, they've set a team record with their interceptions. A lot of that is good, right place, right time. They went to a scheme. They're going to play a zone scheme. They have a lot of eyes on the quarterback, so that they feel like that helps against a guy like Josh Allen. They're going to be able to see him scrambling. They're not going to be sitting here playing press man and have their backs to this guy, and he's going to rip off a 40-yarder right up the middle. They don't think that's going to happen. Eyes on the ball obviously creates a little bit of a takeaway situation if you can get some good coverage and everybody's got their eyes on the ball. So it's been that, but this is not a great defense. You'd find they've got guys playing at high levels, but they don't have a lot of superstars, not a lot of elite players. They're pretty elite stopping the run, and that starts up front with Josh Hines Allen, and Trayvon Walker. They're two defensive ends, very good, almost probably great run stoppers in this league. But you look at the defense, and it's really the sum of the parts are better than the parts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They play well together. The scheme is pretty good they're not going to get beat over the top. They're going to play a lot of shell coverage, zone coverage, and make you drive the length of the field and not give up any big plays and stop the run.
How do you expect that battle to go? It's a strength on strength then this Sunday. The Bills with the leading rusher in the league, Cook, and then that Jags rush attack. Do you think the Jags play that way against the Bills? Like they did it to Taylor, right, this year, Mark, but maybe those were two games where they could focus more in on it because Daniel Jones was hurt.
Sure. Daniel Jones was they knocked him out in the first meeting, and they didn't have to face him in the second meeting. So both of those helped. Yeah, not a single back has topped 74 yards. Jonathan Taylor I think he had 70 and 74 in their two meetings. Not a single back, and that includes, Christian McCaffrey and a host of other guys who have been on the schedule not topping 75 yards. That is absolutely the matchup to watch here. The NFL's top number one rushing offense versus the NFL's number one rush defense. If either side of those wins, I think they probably win the ballgame because I don't think this is the Buffalo team that wants to get in a, throw the ball every down against Jacksonville. And to me, you watch this defense, the way you beat the defense, they've been susceptible to tight ends. So now all of a sudden you got a team that can really take advantage of that with Kincaid back. And certainly that to me is Jacksonville's weakness and Buffalo's strength on that side of the ball as well, and another matchup to watch.
Mark Long, Associated Press on the Jaguars. Mark, thanks so much. Great stuff, and enjoy the game on Sunday.
Hey, thank you. You guys too.
Mark Long on the Western Hotline. Bills and Jags, of course, Sunday, 1 o'clock. One thing I think about the matchup, when I hear a defense is going to go heavy zone coverage, I think that's good, right? The thing the Bills' weapons on the outside especially cannot beat is man and press man. They do not beat man coverage. They don't have players that consistently do it, maybe Brandon Cooks. But we'll see. Like Josh Allen, I've seen some of the fancy logo charts, and his EPA per dropback against zone is among the best in the league. Like if they're gonna play zone, if they can protect him, he'll find his spots. So feel good about it.
Yeah, how many of their receivers would you think are better against zone than are against man? All of them?
Almost all of them.
Except maybe Cooks.
Yeah.
And maybe Kincaid. Kincaid, though, feels like at this point, if he's healthy, he's good at all of it.
Yeah. To me, zone is often about, like, how good is your quarterback? Can he put it where he wants to? And Allen can do that. So we shall see. Exciting. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550.
The Bills are wearing white jerseys with blue pants on Sundays. They make you any less confident? We had a thing with those that uniform combination for a long time.
Yeah, there was a time when I thought that was the cursed uniform, but enough time passes that they regressed to the mean, I guess, and now they're fine.
Yeah, I think so.
Like right now, the cursed uniform is the rivalry uniform. It's 0-1. Past that, I don't know. Let's get a phone call in here. Johnny in Buffalo. Hey, Johnny, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, of course. I was just thinking, I've been listening most of the morning. I've seen the same things you guys have been seeing all over, social media, Twitter. No Lamar, no Burrow, no Mahomes. It's just, if not now, then when for the Bills. And, I know that can get a little frustrating to see because obviously, there's other good teams in the league. Like you said, Jeremy, there's great teams. but I also heard you say, like, is this team going to be better next year? And obviously we hope so. We hope we improve. We hope we go out and get a free agent receiver, or find one in the late first round of the draft. But the thing is, we've got an elite offensive line. Elite. One of the best in the league, who have stayed, for the most part, healthy every game this year. Maybe Spencer Brown missed a game. Deion Dawkins missed one, but pretty healthy.
And somebody, Johnny, by the way, pointed out that if you're thinking about guys that could leave, David Edwards, Connor McGovern are two guys that they've got to figure out, the future.
Yeah, of course. And that's it, right? So on the offensive side of the ball, yes, Kincaid's battled through some injuries, as he seems to have a lot of his Bills career so far. But again, we've stayed relatively healthy on the offensive side of the ball. James Cook, healthy. Josh Allen, healthy. Our offensive line, all healthy. And, I just look at this, and I have that same feeling a lot of the fans and social media people do have. If not now, then when? You have the most experienced quarterback and the reigning MVP of the league going into the playoffs in the AFC. You have the most experienced, other than maybe Mike Tomlin, but I don't really consider the Steelers a threat, head coach. Here, it's year 9 for Sean McDermott. And, he's done I've been uber critical of him. I really have. And you guys probably have heard me call and be uber critical of Sean McDermott. But, he's done a great job against guys who aren't named Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow come playoff time. And now you're playing against Trevor Lawrence, who has looked great. But they don't have world beaters on offense. They don't have, and, the I don't know the name of the gentleman you just had on.
Mark Long.
And, they have a pretty solid defense. They have good defensive players, but they don't have superstars who blow you out of the water.
No, I think their defense is probably on the same tier as the Bills. Would that be fair?
I would completely agree with that. It's on the same tier. So you're telling me that we're going into Jacksonville with a defense that's very similar. Our defense is going in relatively healthy. Obviously Oliver's been out for a while. Hoyt's been out for pretty much the entire year. And now Harrison, but Harrison hasn't played much. It's just the same consistency going into the playoffs. So if your defenses match up similarly, it really comes down to that offensive side.
Yep.
And, if the offense breaks, if the offense goes out there and the offense puts up 30 points, which we've been doing a lot of the year, and of course we've had a few stinkers, but we put up 30 points, and the defense puts up or lets up 30 points, and we lose this game. What is the temperature on Monday morning?
It's a great question, Johnny. We'll get to a break here.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like there's a good time to talk about what happens if they lose, and if they do lose, the good news is we get months to talk about what happens. I think about it this way: there's a million different ways to ask this question, roster versus roster, offense versus defense. If the quarterbacks switched teams, who would you pick?
Jags.
By a lot.
Yeah, by a lot.
If it's Josh Allen and the Jags versus Josh Allen and the Bills, who would you pick?
The Jags.
Agree.
Yeah.
And that, I guess, is where we get down to who do the Bills lose to in the playoffs? They only lose to quarterbacks that are on Allen's level.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There is no, and that's I guess this is the point about no Mahomes, no Burrow. They only lose to great quarterbacks. Is Lawrence one? He hasn't been. This year he has one less total touchdown than Allen. Is he playing on Allen's level this year? And you don't have to think he's an equal player.
Right.
This does get down to the root, the origin story of the year, which is, should my quarterback have more at his disposal?
Mm-hmm.
You're playing against a quarterback that you think is not as good as yours, but he has a lot more to work with. He's got maybe an elite offensive play caller. We'll find out. But he's got
weapons that are open. His job is easier.
He's flush.
Job is easier.
Flush with weapons.
Yeah.
And Allen's got the run game. But when you are dropping back to pass, who's got a better setup? Allen's got a great offensive line from a protection standpoint, but he is taking more sacks this year. And there's one thing.
He's got to hold on to the ball.
Well, that's the thing. There's one thing that you've got it. You just can't ignore it. I saw Ben Baldwin does his blended rankings between PFF and ESPN, and the Bills finished the season as the number one pass blocking offensive line in football.
Yeah.
And
he took 40 sacks.
He took 40 sacks, up from 14.
Right.
Like, to me, I think it's pretty clear. We all know what the weakness is. We all know where the deficiencies are. The question becomes, can he, with less, be better than Trevor Lawrence with more? You know? You're playing Scrabble, and that dude's got better letters than you. Beat him. You got to beat him. So I don't know. What's the conversation Monday? I know if they lose, I know the conversation Monday, if they gave up like 30 points, we'll have our calls about McDermott. If they score 18, it'll be Bean. I think that's how it's going to go.
The other thing the caller mentioned, that like, how much value should we be placing on, like, kind of the we've been here before, the experience factor, thinking that, all right, McDermott and Allen, like, they've been here a million times, they're settled down in this, and Cohen and Lawrence, they're just getting here and maybe they'll blow it. Maybe they'll make some critical error because this is their first time really in a test like this.
Yeah.
And I don't want to assume that can't be a thing. I mean, McDermott did it, right? In the 13 seconds game. But, like, once you've gone through those experiences, I think I want to trust you more than the guy maybe that hasn't been through it yet.
Sure. But that said, like, this is the storyline.
Basically so that you won't repeat them.
Rory wins the Masters, right?
Yeah.
When Rory is on Sunday, we're all watching. Are we all thinking, well, he should win it because he's been here before? Or are we thinking, oh man, this guy's been here before and he doesn't? This is going to be a grind. Like when you have ghosts, sure, it could be experience or it could be ghosts.
That would be more about Allen, though. I think like coaching.
Fair.
Coaching when it's more about your decision making, then I think the experience helps. Right. Sometimes if you're an athlete, because you're in the moment and everything's going 1,000 miles an hour, and it's not as much about thinking, it's more about, like, what are you doing instinctually, then I think it becomes more about the player. But I don't have those concerns about Allen. Not the same way that I did about McDermott. Like, I guess that's a good question, though. Who would you trust more to make the right call at the end of the game? McDermott, who's experienced and has gone through those trials and failed in some of them, or would you trust the guy who's never been in it before? Because I think, in theory, I would want to trust the guy that's been through the trials, even though he's failed a couple of them. Like, fourth down decision-making at the end of the game. I mean, Cohen's pretty aggressive, so I'm not sure I would...
I don't... You know, I haven't looked up what the fourth down aggressiveness is of the
Jags.
The Jags.
I mean, I don't want to just assume because he's young, he's on top of that, but
he also would have a little asterisk. My kicker can hit from 70.
Right.
Good or bad. All right, we'll get a break in. When we get back, we got a new segment, like a shot of audio. We're finding, Joe Callie's been tasked with finding the best audio of the week, and then we get to pick whatever it is from around the world, football, hockey, anything. We'll get to that. We'll get to your phone calls. Wide open, 803-0550. Thanks, Johnny, for the phone call. What do you guys make of it? The pressure, the pressure on Allen, the pressure on the Bills to get it done in Jacksonville on Sunday. Join us here on WGR. I don't know. I'm hot about it.
The Mahomes, Lamar, Burrow aren't in.
Yes.
So you got to do it now take?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm hot about it.
I've liked Owen's take on this, which leads me to kind of think about whenever someone says, I think even Sal said this yesterday, like, there's no pressure on the Jags because first-year coach or whatever. And I get that.
House money.
Right, and like in some ways, like, no one's going to be mad at the Jaguars if they lose this game. Right, like even their own fans might feel like, all right, good first step. Golf clap of a season.
Patriots have that life right now too, right?
Yeah. I feel like you've got more pressure because I don't know that you're going to be back here. The same way I feel like the Bills are probably going to be back here. Denver, I definitely feel that way about. Like, you got to do it now.
Well, Denver's got the 1 seed. But the idea that,
but they also have a quarterback that I think is maybe not that great.
Fine.
Houston, like, do it now. All these teams, like, if that is the take and these are the guys you're worried about, all of the teams without Allen, Burrow, Jackson, Mahomes, you better do it this year because this year you might only have to beat one of them, and then in the next couple of years you might have to beat 4 of them or 3 of them or 2 of them.
Even that. Are these 4 entitled to playoff spots? Because apparently not. The thing I would say
Well,
is...
it takes injuries, except for Mahomes.
Mahomes, they were done
didn't
before.
take injury. Mahomes didn't take injury.
Okay, how about last year with Burrow?
Last year?
Yeah.
He missed a bunch of games,
Not
didn't he?
that many. Not that many. They just were terrible defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Lamar, okay. The Bills have beaten him twice in the playoffs.
Right.
These three mythical figures that, can you believe they're not? Tua made the playoffs last year. In the last 2 years, Tua made the playoffs.
But he didn't do anything when he got there.
He's got a longer playoff streak than Burrow. Like this idea that we have to treat these other three, these guys are not in. I kind of did not expect this. Like during the regular season, fine. But I don't know, shouldn't every team that's not the Bills be using bulletin board material? But like they think that the only teams that are good are the guys that have missed. How about we boil it down to this? Are we sure they're not better than last year? Are they not better than last year's team? Last year's team is this year's team with a bunch of takeaways and no turnovers.
And more James Cook carries.
Right?
A lot more.
More carries for Cook, but not as efficient? Or are you saying this year's?
No, would we have to say this year? He did win the rushing title. He had 102 more carries this year.
So
like a massive amount. And actually his yards per carry went up by 0.3.
This year's team runs the ball better with James Cook.
Yeah.
And what do they do worse? They don't get as many turnovers.
They don't, and they turn the ball over more.
They turn it over more, and they give up sacks.
Right.
But in terms of just this year's team plays last year's team, who wins? Does last year's team win because they turn the ball over because this team turns it over?
Yeah,
I'm not so sure that they're not better. They're a lot better at safety. They're a lot better. They're a lot better at corner.
That's true.
I mean, going in, like if I take final form, like Benford can be a wash, but my second corner position, if I'm healthy, is what Hairston / Trey White. Is that better than Rasul Douglas? I think it might be.
Right.
Is their defensive line better than last year? Is it a push? Joey Bosa is better than anybody they had last year.
Yeah, true. Right. Epinesa was one spot higher in the pecking order.
Yeah. So
and last year also they actually were pretty good, low-key, at stopping the run last year, but they were horrible against the pass. This year, I flipped that, and I would rather.
I'd rather be that.
Yeah, I'd rather be.
I'd definitely rather be better against the pass than I am against the run. Anyway,
it is close though, isn't it?
Sure.
Like even if we might pick last year, or if we would pick this year, I think that point is probably right. But they're definitely not what they were the 3 years before that.
The Bills gearing up for Jacksonville in the wild card Sunday at 1 o'clock. We got our first injury report of the week from practice. Damar Hamlin had his 21-day practice window open and returned in limited fashion. Defensive tackle Daquan Jones, tight end Dalton Kincaid, safety Jordan Poyer, and linebacker Shaq Thompson were all limited as well. Linebacker Terrell Bernard, cornerback Maxwell Hairston, running back Ty Johnson, linebacker Matt Milano, wide receiver Joshua Palmer, and kicker Matt Prater did not participate. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Bills made some roster moves as well yesterday. They signed cornerback Dane Jackson to the active roster, placed defensive tackle Jordan Phillips on injured reserve, and signed quarterback Shane Buechele and cornerback Darrell Porter Jr. to the practice squad. The Sabres back in action tonight, looking to go back-to-back in the win column. They're in New York taking on the Rangers with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. All of your play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, 9 teams have reportedly contacted former Ravens head coach John Harbaugh about a vacant and occupied head coaching roles. Buccaneers head coach Todd Bowles said he will remain the team's coach for 2026, and NFL insider Jacina Anderson reports the Ravens will interview Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph for the team's open head coaching position. In college football, Ole Miss and Miami duke it out in the Fiesta Bowl tonight. Kickoff is at 7:30. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
They're a really good football team. I've had a chance to look at them in all 3 phases, and they've got a lot of weapons. When you just talk special teams, obviously their kicking game is elite. Kickoffs and their punters extremely talented as well. Their return game is really good. Heath does a great job over there, and the trades that they made with getting Jacoby Myers on the offensive side has definitely paid dividends, and it looks like they've got the guys in the spots where they want them now, and I think they're 7-1 since they picked him up, maybe. And then, picking up the corner on the other side from Cleveland, good player as well, and he's fortified and kind of solidified that side of the ball for him in terms of the corner piece. So, very talented team. So we'll have a big challenge in front of us.
I saw yesterday, that's Sean McDermott. Jonathan Acosta tweeted out that McDermott mentioned Jacoby Myers again, and I just Jonathan Acosta from WGRC Channel 2, and I just read the replies.
Yeah.
Because everyone's like, we get it. It's just kind of funny.
It's funny.
It doesn't have to be a thing. It maybe isn't a thing, so I'm not trying to make it a thing. But even in that clip, like McDermott's talking about the trades they made. There's
right.
McDermott, your defensive guy. He's like, there's Jacoby Myers, and then there's the guy from Cleveland. He doesn't know the corner. Maybe he does know the... Again, it doesn't have to be.
But even talking about,
but let's just have some fun
the
with it.
trade itself and what the record is since the trade, rather than just what he is. And he's done that too this week, how good of a blocker he is. But he knows the record. 7-1 since they traded for this guy.
Yeah, it's like he hit on the 3 big knocks. He made a trade. He's got receivers, and they got a cornerback that we don't have.
He doesn't just want to talk about the player. He wants to talk about the acquisition.
Right.
And how he slotted everybody in appropriately.
Right.
He's just exhibiting knowledge in offensive results of his opponent.
Yeah.
It's fine. I'm really not trying to make too much of it.
I'm putting it on the pile, though. It might not be the number one thing, but I'm throwing it on the pile, thinking about the coach and GM.
All right, you put it on the pile.
I don't know how many things are actually even on the pile. There's a Jamarcus Ingram thing laying over there. Now I put this one on it. And maybe that's actually it. I don't know if there's anything else.
Oh, there's the championship roster.
Right, yes. Actually, that might be number 1 right now. That might be number 1 on that pile. That's at the top.
I mean, the Bills could have done a number of things at the deadline to try and bolster, and then they didn't. And the GM was asked if it's a championship roster, and he said, yeah.
And the coach didn't?
He said, I love my players. I love these players. Mitchell in North Tonawanda. Hey, Mitchell, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, sure thing.
Yeah, thanks for calling. We got some trivia coming up, Mitchell, so be ready for some trivia.
All right, sounds good. I just wanted to gauge your guys' opinion and thoughts on how much of a factor it is that the Bills are going on the road this week. I know Josh Allen is currently winless on the road in the playoffs. But in the scope of this season, I think the Bills have kind of proven themselves this year, going to Foxborough and beating the Patriots on the road. That I really personally don't think that's going to be much of a factor for them. I think Josh Allen's going to go on the road and get his first win in the playoffs on the road this week.
Yeah, thanks, Mitchell. I think the road playoff thing isn't a full thing yet.
Mm-hmm.
If they lose, it gets gigantified. Like they lost in Houston when he was young.
Yeah.
And they've lost at Arrowhead in freakish fashion.
Right.
If you lose an opening round game to the Jags, then again, it doesn't have to be predictive for next year, but I do think that point gets louder. It's given oxygen, I guess. That fire is given a lot of oxygen if they lose on the road to Jacksonville. And it is, if you find a Bills fan that is a pessimistic Bills fan, the number one thing I think that they often say is, I don't think this team's winning 3 road games. Right?
Right.
Doesn't happen much. It has happened. The 2020 Bucs did it.
Yep. The Giants.
You've had wild card teams that have done it. Aaron Rodgers did it. 3 road games.
Mm-hmm. But it's rare.
It is. It's rare, but it's rare because it's rare that the strongest team has to do that.
Right.
You know, if you were to say, hey, the NFL is going to get wild this year, the 1 seeds play, the best team is playing 3 road games, then the number of times that happens would, increase. You double it, triple it.
Mm-hmm.
Like if the Seahawks had to play 3 road games to make the Super Bowl, I don't like their chances as much as winning 2 home games, but I like their chances a heck of a lot more than I like who's playing through the Packers this year.
Yeah.
Like the Seahawks are a far superior team. So built in is that usually it's an inferior team that has to do the road games.
I mean, it's why right now the Seahawks are the Super Bowl favorite and the Rams are not.
Right, the Rams
are second, which is not far off. But if the Rams had won that game in Seattle and if they were the 1 seed, they'd be the favorite. They would be a massive favorite, I think.
That's right.
And right now, Seattle is the favorite, and it's only by a little bit.
You might actually get a year where would it be that shocking if it's Rams-Bills and we have 2 wild card teams that made it? And we would say, well, your division format makes it this way.
Right.
Anyway, thanks, Mitchell, for the phone call. You got trivia?
I've got trivia. How quickly do you believe that you can give me Trevor Lawrence is one of 7 first overall pick quarterbacks to beat Sean McDermott's Bills? Who are the other 6? Ooh. First overall quarterbacks that have beaten the Bills with Sean McDermott.
Ooh.
Who are they?
Okay. First overall pick quarterbacks.
Lawrence, by the way, has done it twice.
Right.
The 9-6 game, and then he won in London a couple years ago.
All right, first overall picks to beat Sean McDermott. How late did Andrew Luck play? No, I don't think Andrew Luck did.
Andrew Luck did.
Okay.
37-5.
That doesn't count.
Derek Anderson was the quarterback.
Doesn't count. If you score 5 in a game, it doesn't count. The game just doesn't count.
Luck did throw 4 touchdowns in that game.
Okay, Andrew Luck is 1. I got that one.
Yep, 2018.
I did the old I'm not guessing this to get this guess correct. Oh, and help me if you want here. Joe, help me if you don't know if you already know the answers.
First overall quarterbacks to beat Sean McDermott.
Burrow.
Oh, yeah.
Burrow has done it twice, playoffs and regular season.
Goff.
0-3.
All right.
Oh.
I feel like he would have had to, but I guess
he
not.
lost with the Rams in the COVID year, and then he lost with the Lions.
Does Baker beat them?
Yes, with the Browns.
Yes,
Baker with the Browns in 2019.
Yep.
Hauschka missed a field goal at the end.
Bryce Young hasn't beat him.
No, he was on the bench.
0-1. He lost this year. Oh, wait.
He didn't
he didn't play that game.
Yeah.
0-0.
Dalton played.
Either way, he's not right. You're missing a couple here. All of these remaining quarterbacks only beat McDermott's Bills once.
First overall. I'm just struggling to think of first overall quarterbacks.
How are all these guys active?
No, one is not.
Cam Newton.
McDermott's second game with the Bills, he won 9-3.
Wow.
Yeah. Robert Woods is open on a play early in that game, if I remember correctly.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So Cam Newton.
Robert Woods.
And I believe you're missing 2 others.
2 other first overall picks. I'm going to look at logos here. First overall picks to beat Sean McDermott's Bills.
I've got a quarterback in my head that went first that's kind of a weird guy.
Okay.
I can't. Oh, who is it? Winston?
Jameis Winston is
0-1.
Yeah.
Lost with Tampa. 2017.
I'm just trying to get first overall pick quarterbacks at this
Zach
point.
Wilson's a second overall pick.
Yeah, he's.
I'll give you a hint. You have
hold
one.
on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. I want to get this. I really want to get it. Now that I'm looking at the teams, I'm gonna get it.
I think that's probably right.
Yeah.
I think that's right.
Where did Stafford go? Was Stafford a first overall pick?
Yes, he was. Stafford.
He's beat them.
Matthew Stafford last year, 44-42.
And then one more?
One more. I would say this is probably the toughest of them.
Yeah?
I mean, Luck and Newton being retired.
Oh, I know. I got it.
Go ahead.
The Hail Murray.
The Hail Murray.
Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray's the other one.
Yeah. Good trivia.
Kyler Murray.
I like it. Kyler Murray. All right. 803-0550 is our phone number. 1-888-550-2550. The Fiesta Bowl tonight.
I'm excited.
The VRBO Fiesta Bowl.
Everyone's rooting for Ole Miss just because it makes Lane Kiffin look like a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also think it would be...
Even though he gets like $1 million if they win in bonuses.
I can't tell you the net negative that we will all experience if Miami makes the title game next year when they're debating the 12th team to get in.
Oh, yeah.
It will be hell on earth.
No, because they're 16 next year. But
oh, even better. Can't do it. We can't live that life. Miami getting this far is already terrible. Nothing against them, but no. Yeah, fine. Ole Miss. I'm rooting for Indiana. Indiana is an incredible story.
Yes.
Absolutely incredible story. And if they don't win it, I would want Oregon to win it because I like Oregon.
And they've never won it.
Yeah, Oregon.
It's amazing they haven't won it.
It's kind of too bad that Oregon and Indiana have to play in the semifinal. I'd like that to be the final.
The championship.
Although then I would root for whoever wins Oregon, Indiana is who I will root for sure. All right, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 here on WGR. Someone pointed out in the chat, and I think this is interesting to note. This is not about Allen. This is about Sneaky Joe across from me right now. He kind of got a Jags color scheme going on today.
Me?
Yeah.
Interesting.
he looks, he's like, that's not wrong.
That's not the thing I needed after I've said multiple times this week. I think the Jags are going to win. That is not great.
AC in the chat pointed out like the guy in the Jags
This
gear.
is a Jags.
Oh,
no.
It's kind of like teal.
I have to wear a Bills jersey tomorrow.
Well, you're wearing a black Sabres hat.
Yeah,
so
right,
it's not like you're wearing it, but it's a little Jagsy.
Which is funny because I came in today feeling more confident in the Bills than I have the rest of the week.
Well, your body has decided to revolt against that.
Yeah, I guess. This is definitely a Jags color.
It's close.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
It's very, very close. I don't know. I'm hot about it.
The Mahomes, Lamar, Burrow aren't in.
Yes.
So you got to do it now take?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm hot about it.
I've liked Owen's take on this, which leads me to kind of think about whenever someone says, I think even Sal said this yesterday, like, there's no pressure on the Jags because first-year coach or whatever.
Yeah,
And I get that.
House money.
Right, and like in some ways, like no one's going to be mad at the Jaguars if they lose this game. All right, like even their own fans might feel like, all right, good first step. Golf clap of a season.
Patriots have that life right now too, right?
Yeah. I feel like you've got more pressure because I don't know that you're going to be back here. The same way I feel like the Bills are probably going to be back here. Denver, I definitely feel that way about. Like, you got to do it now.
Well, Denver's got the 1 seed, but the idea that...
But they also have a quarterback that I think is maybe not that great.
Fine.
Houston, like, do it now. All these teams, like, if that is the take and these are the guys you're worried about, all of the teams without Allen, Burrow, Jackson, Mahomes... You better do it this year because this year you might only have to beat one of them, and then in the next couple of years you might have to beat 4 of them, or 3 of them, or 2 of them.
Even that. Are these 4 entitled to playoff spots? Because apparently not. The thing I would say
Well,
is...
it takes injuries, except for Mahomes.
Mahomes
didn't take injury. Mahomes didn't take injury.
Okay, how about last year with Burrow?
Last year?
Yeah.
He missed a bunch of games,
Not
didn't he?
that many. Not that many. They just were terrible defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Lamar, okay, the Bills have beaten him twice in the playoffs.
Right.
These 3 mythical figures that, can you believe they're not? Tua made the playoffs last year. In the last 2 years, Tua made the playoffs.
But he didn't do anything when he got there.
He's got a longer playoff streak than Burrow. Like, this idea that we have to treat these other three, well, I mean, these guys are not in. I kind of did not expect this. Like, during the regular season, fine. But, I don't know, shouldn't every team that's not the Bills be using bulletin board material? But, like, they think that the only teams that are good are the guys that have missed.
Silent now, as opposed to when the Saints have the ball. Oh, look at this run. What a run. Marshawn Lynch still on his feet. Has blockers now. He's dancing his way for the touchdown.
Is that Jim Lampley on the call, maybe, on NBC?
No.
You sure? It's an NBC game, and it's 15 years ago.
Lampley wasn't still doing NFL 15 years ago.
Are you sure?
I think 90s.
I mean, it sounds like a guy that didn't do a lot of NFL. He said, hey, look at this run. What a run.
Yeah. I don't think he was doing NFL anymore.
I think that's Jim Lampley. 15-year anniversary of the Beastquake run, which is funny every time you watch it. And the funniest thing that it was ever done to it was when it was given the Mario star music. Dun, 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 and they make the sound when you hit the Koopas. Boop, boop, boop. No?
No.
You don't know the music?
I don't know the music.
Doesn't know the Mario star music? Come on.
Oh, the Mario star. Oh, yeah.
Of
Sorry,
course.
I do. Yeah. So I was looking up Jim. I was half listening, looking up when Jim Lampley stopped broadcasting NFL games.
As soon as they put Mario star music on it, he said, I'm out.
I didn't recognize the tune without the Mario star preceding it.
Yeah.
Just by you doing it. If I had listened to this, I would know what it is immediately. Yeah.
When they did that to the Marshawn Lynch run, it was funny. He throws a man 7 yards.
Oh, that's when they all go, like in the middle of the call is he tosses a guy.
Hey, look at this run.
Porter, maybe? Yeah.
I mean, that guy gets back up, and would have been great if that guy made the tackle. That guy gave up on the play.
That was the year also he just got there, right? The Bills had traded him like a month before that, 2 months before that.
They were 8-9, the Seahawks.
Oh. No, they couldn't have been.
Yeah, they hosted a home game as the division champ.
There weren't 17 games then.
Okay, they were.
Were they 7-9?
7-9?
7-9.
I think they're 7-9.
That's even worse. That's crazy.
Yeah, right. All right. When we get back, shot of audio. We've got somebody taking a shot at all of us. I'll play that for you.
Not just me and my Jaguars gear.
Not just you and your Jags hoodie. Nope. Here's my. What is that sound that they're? Whatever. It's close.
Yeah.
I challenge all of you to do better.
No, I don't think I could. Good.
All right. All right, see you. I don't know. I'm hot about it.
The Mahomes, Lamar, Burrow aren't in.
Yes.
So you got to do it now take?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm hot about it.
I've liked Owen's take on this, which leads me to kind of think about whenever someone says, I think even Sal said this yesterday, like, there's no pressure on the Jags because first-year coach or whatever. And I get that.
House money.
Right, and like in some ways, like no one's going to be mad at the Jaguars if they lose this game. Right, like even their own fans might feel like, all right, good first step. Golf clap of a season.
Patriots have that life right now too, right?
Yeah. I feel like you've got more pressure because I don't know that you're going to be back here. The same way I feel like the Bills are probably going to be back here. Denver, I definitely feel that way about. Like, you got to do it now.
Well, Denver's got the 1 seed, but the idea that...
But they also have a quarterback that I think is maybe not that great.
Fine.
Houston, like, do it now. All these teams, like, if that is the take and these are the guys you're worried about, all of the teams without Allen, Burrow, Jackson, Mahomes, you better do it this year because this year you might only have to beat one of them, and then in the next couple of years you might have to beat 4 of them or 3 of them or 2 of them.
Even that. Are these 4 entitled to playoff spots? Because apparently not. The thing I would say
well,
is...
it takes injuries. Except for Mahomes.
Mahomes
didn't take injury. Mahomes didn't take injury.
Okay. How about last year with Burrow?
Last year?
Yeah.
He missed a bunch of games,
Not
didn't he?
that many. Not that many. They just were terrible defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Lamar? Okay. The Bills have beaten him twice in the playoffs.
Right.
These 3 mythical figures that, can you believe they're not? Tua made the playoffs last year. In the last 2 years, Tua made the playoffs.
But he didn't do anything when he got there.
He's got a longer playoff streak than Burrow. Like, this idea that we have to treat these other 3, these guys are not in. I kind of did not expect this. Like, during the regular season, fine. But, I don't know, shouldn't every team that's not the Bills be using bulletin board material? But, like, they think that the only teams that are good are the guys that have missed.
Kincaid, to me, whenever they're in a 2nd or 3rd and long situation, like if it's 3rd and 8 and I need somebody that is going to run her out past the sticks to trust that Allen's going to hit, I think he by far has been their most dangerous option this year when he's been healthy. And I'm hoping that that's the case right now because I think he gives them an element of their offense, like route running.
Can I give you...
they just don't really otherwise have.
An element that Kincaid brings. Here's what I would point out. His longest catch in every game is an explosive play.
Okay.
Like, he gets a lot of that. Longest catch by game, starting at the Ravens game, in every game he has played this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yards, 22, 18, 20, 28, 23, 23, 47, 20, 20, 24, 26. He's a walking explosive play.
Every game but
one.
He had a 20-yard catch?
Yes.
That's insane, and that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Right. Like, every game but one. And the one, he had an 18-yard catch, and that was the Jets where they didn't need anything.
Yeah, they threw the ball like
when he
15
plays,
times in that game.
When he plays, he's going to get you an explosive play in the passing game, a 20-yard reception.
Kind of incredible. He's doing that also, not playing all the snaps.
Right.
Like, he's playing half.
That's the other thing about this. Like, people like to point out he's the most efficient tight end or one of the most efficient tight ends in yards per target and yards per route run. I often wonder, like, what if instead of everybody eats, which, by the way, seems to have died, what if they went to the postseason and they said, feed Kincaid.
Yeah.
13 targets.
Yeah.
Right now, 13. What would he finish with? 9 catches, 117 yards. Wild card at Sunday at 1 o'clock. We got our first injury report from practice this week. Damar Hamlin had his 21-day practice window open and returned in limited fashion. Defensive tackle Daquan Jones, tight end Dalton Kincaid, and safety Jordan Poyer, along with linebacker Shaq Thompson, were all limited as well. Linebacker Terrell Bernard, cornerback Maxwell Hairston, running back Ty Johnson, linebacker Matt Milano, wide receiver Joshua Palmer, and kicker Matt Prater did not participate in practice. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Bills made some roster moves as well yesterday. They signed cornerback Dane Jackson to the active roster and placed defensive tackle Jordan Phillips on injured reserve. They also signed quarterback Shane Buechele and cornerback Daryl Porter Jr. to the practice squad. The Sabres back in action tonight, looking to go back-to-back in the win column. They're in New York taking on the Rangers with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. All of your play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. And around the NFL, 9 teams have reportedly contacted former Ravens head coach John Harbaugh about vacant and occupied head coaching roles. Buccaneers head coach Todd Bowles said he will remain the team's head coach for 2026. And NFL insider Jacina Anderson reports Ravens will interview Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph for the team's open head coaching position. And in college football, Ole Miss and Miami duke it out in the Fiesta Bowl tonight. Kickoff set for 7:30. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Time now for the Outlet Liquor Best Shots of Audio. Powered by Outlet Liquor. It's the place to buy a case.
All right, everybody. We got a new feature. We told Joe Cali, find some audio for these guys, playing the best shots of audio of the week. Some of these we have heard and collaborated and found. Others, maybe they're new to us. But it's exciting. We all get a chance to react together. It's brought to you by Outlet Liquor. Best shots of audio. Will it ever be like some of our takes?
Could be. Very well could be.
All right.
Maybe some old takes exposed a little bit.
Ooh, that's there's a lot of potential there. All right.
Yeah.
Joe Kelly, Alt Joe, take it away. What do we got here?
All right. So the first one, we have a couple of NFL insiders sort of beefing, if you will. So here's this.
Rappaport said on the Insider Show that he had heard from his sources that maybe the locker room didn't like Harbaugh anymore, and maybe they known that there's been a rift. What is kind of your information on how we got to this point, and obviously what Harbaugh...
I don't think that information right there could be any less true. The players were coming into his office crying, hugging him, sending him goodbyes, calling him one by one. If they felt that way, why are Mark Andrews and Zay Flowers and Isaiah Likely and all these players coming in, crying, hugging him, giving him these long, warm goodbyes? I'm not buying that.
All right. We have our good old-fashioned source war.
Yeah.
Source. He lost the locker room.
Wow.
My source says no.
This is Rappaport's second insider beef in a year.
Yeah, Jordan Schultz tried to fight him, right?
I think they did fight.
Okay, they did fight. In a Starbucks?
Pretty sure they did fight. I think punches were thrown.
By the way, I'm calling this out. I predicted this. Yesterday,
What?
I said to you, that's just somebody wants us to know that. I bet the other side's going to come out soon, and sure enough.
That's the same thing. Somebody just wants us to know that Harbaugh is...
Of course.
Yeah.
Here's Harbaugh's side saying, it didn't happen. No way.
I want to believe that him and a lot of those players were not actually, on great terms.
Well, you could also be sad that it didn't work out and also say, all right, who's the next coach?
I just think if I had been there for the last few years and everything always goes wrong at the worst moments,
They
for me,
always melt down.
I would turn and be like, is it the coach's fault? I would lose faith in somebody,
Right.
and I think the coach would be top
Is
of
it
the
the
list.
coach's fault that Lamar put a ball on the ground against the Bills here and got ran back 40 yards? Is it his fault that Mark Andrews dropped a 2-point conversion? I get it.
But then,
is it his fault that
Tyler Huntley tried to reach over the goal line, and Trey Hendrickson took it back 99 yards.
Zay Flowers fumbled into the end zone in the AFC Championship game? Hey, guys, if you guys didn't fumble...
But what if it happens over and over and over and over and over and over? Who do you? The only person you could...
Fundamentals.
There you go.
All right. That's shot one. We got another shot?
Shot number 2 lined up. Tom Brady's found his way back into the mix here.
Beautiful. Let's have it.
On the MVP conversation.
I don't get a vote. I mean, I think what Matthew Stafford's done this season has been absolutely remarkable. 46 touchdowns. That's, for any quarterback, that's a dream season. So he's been spectacular. Drake May on the other side has done some incredible things with Josh McDaniels in their first year together. Drake's got a long career ahead. I'm sure he's going to have many opportunities. I would say Matthew Stafford.
Okay. Hold on. We're really going to do this?
Brady wants Stafford over May.
We're really going to have it be where Tom Brady doesn't want a quarterback for his team to win an MVP as soon as possible?
He's worried his statue might come down.
A lot of time, right? What he's
Replaced by a May
His
one.
future real estate in front of Gillette is
He's going to have company. He doesn't want anybody not in my backyard. Is Tom Brady?
He doesn't want the tweets that Drake May won his first MVP 6 years before Tom Brady, because Tom Brady didn't win an MVP until he was 30.
Tell me that that's not true, by the way. 100% true.
Oh, definitely.
Tom Brady is still competitive. He tells people he could play today at 48.
Right.
He famously went on and said that a team chose whoever they chose ahead of him, and he said, "You're going to pick that bleeping guy instead of me."
Right. By the way, 7 years it would be. May's first MVP would be 7 years earlier than Brady's.
Yeah, and he would have a shot to end with more than Brady because Brady got 2.
Brady got
because Manning got 6. I thought 3. Okay.
3.
Yeah, I don't know. Drake May's going to get 3. But how silly does this reveal the MVP voting to be? Here's Brady, who doesn't have a vote, saying, Drake May's going to have more opportunities to do it. It doesn't say most valuable player who probably doesn't have that many more chances to get it.
Right.
It's
right.
We should not actually be voting on that element of it. I'm fine with you.
Silly.
I don't really care.
I think it's old guy solidarity. He wants another old guy to win. That's
fair.
my take.
That's fair. Yeah, because if Stafford wins the MVP, here. All right, we're galaxy braining Brady.
I know where you're going.
If May wins it, Brady wasn't that good. If Stafford wins it, I bet Brady could still play at 48.
I Brady thinks I could go win one if Stafford just won one.
Look like that guy just won the MVP. I could still do it.
Yep.
All right. We get another shot of audio?
Yep, the last one, the last official shot. Mad Dog got a little crazy. We've collaborated on this one. But
Chris Russo going nuts on Bills fans?
Unbelievable. Here we go.
Steve Tasker in there to do the ball game with Catalan for a drive in the second half. Nobody in America cares that they were closing down Highmark Stadium and going across the street, and the Bills fans can't say anything. They flocked out of the building in week 1 against the Ravens when they had the huge lead, and the Ravens did, and they all left, and Allen killed them. Now all the fans come back and say, wow, what a tremendous building we were in. That place is a dump, and Highmark Stadium is not a big deal. It's not Lambeau. It's not South Bend. It's not the big house. It's Orchard Park. Big deal. I could not believe that this is such a big deal, so let's celebrate our great stadium. They never won a Super Bowl there. It doesn't host bowl games. It's not the Polo Ground.
It's not the Polo Grounds.
The Polo Grounds.
The Polo Grounds.
The Polo Grounds.
Hold on.
I was not expecting that.
No, neither was I.
What a way to finish.
The Polo Grounds were demolished in 1889.
It's not the Polo Grounds.
I guess it's not.
Oh, man.
I didn't realize that was going to affect someone so personally.
He's
the closing
upset.
of Highmark Stadium.
Listen.
Yeah. How dare you appreciate your
They didn't have bowl games there.
honorable grounds?
They didn't win a Super Bowl there. I mean, like,
well, you can't. Literally, you can't.
It's
Right.
difficult.
I can't take him seriously.
Unreal.
Listen,
he's the king of energy, even at this age.
It's really
you got to
impressive.
respect it.
Yeah.
I got to respect it. The way that, when you say something in that accent, and you call a place a dump. Like Howard had this, like a little New York accent, calling anything a dump.
Yeah, it's true.
It's just gold.
It's real good stuff.
That
yeah.
place is a dump. You know, one of Howard's greatest lines ever on the show was calling Trent Edwards a bum. He's a bum.
Right.
Yes.
That's very Don LaGreca. You're from New
Definitely.
York. Bum and dump just hit in a certain
Something
way.
about those noises.
Right. You got it.
The enunciation. I do have an honorable mention.
Oh,
I know
all right.
we're only supposed to have 3. This
We
is a
can have
quick
as many as
hitter.
we want. We didn't pick a winner yet.
All right, but this one will speak volumes, so get ready for it.
You know how it is. If my aunt had male parts, she'd be my uncle.
I saw that
Tomlin
asked about if
Had to
Tyler
get
Loop had
Tomlin.
hit the kick. All right, what's the winning pick? I'm going Chris. I'm going.
I think
Mad
it's
Dog.
gotta be
Mad Dog. It's insane.
It's got to be Mad Dog. It's too good.
Yeah.
Too good.
Insane.
Salute. 803-0550. All right, real
Hey,
quick.
I wasn't expecting the national, like the football media to care, like national, about the stadium. Right? This was for us.
Sure. Yeah.
Calm down.
The number of things
Should've
that, yeah, who cares? I'm trying to think of other, like, I don't know. When they closed Three Rivers in Pittsburgh.
I would have cared.
No, I'm sure they would have cared. Anyway, we went through something earlier, this date in Bills history.
Yeah.
And mentioned it's the Nyheim Hines kick return touchdown returning from the Patriots, like the Hamlin return game.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's back to football. It's also the anniversary of Music City Miracle.
Oh.
Which, all right, it's not too soon. Can I bring something up? Can I tell you how I watched Music City Miracle just now. I was not a Bills fan. I watched from college. I had Bills fans, friends, and my viewing of Music City Miracle was not pain and misery myself. It was more of a, ooh, that's got to be tough. You know, I'm sorry, friends. Sorry, bud. But I just watched it again because it's not painful for me to watch. And I saw it in a different way than I've ever seen it before. And it has to do with modern sports. Go watch it right now and tell me if you think of anything when you watch Frank Wycheck throw it back to Kevin Dyson. If something instantly pops into your mind.
Okay. Other than, I think it was probably a little bit forward.
Here's what I am
noticing.
When I tell you this, you might agree or disagree. That, was it forward or not? The number one place you will see that is in a VAR offside challenge. And the number of times where it looks like a person on the bottom of the screen is in a spot that they actually aren't when the VAR draws the line because of what's the scientific term of like the angle of view. It's the first time I thought, like, if they had VAR, why can't the NFL do that? Easiest thing to add ever would be Hawkeye technology for that.
Yeah.
VAR just like, let's draw a line that actually goes directly across the field that isn't really misleading based on where the television camera is. It's easy. Every soccer game has this. They put it in the computer and no, that's offside.
Right.
You would know.
Yeah, that would be easy, I think.
You would think.
And that happens once in a while. There was an Allen lateral earlier this year that I thought was like perfectly horizontal, and they called it a forward lateral.
Yeah, it went forward like 2 yards. Because when you're running and throw the ball what looks lateral to the person running, it's traveling with you. So, anyway. Ray in Canada. Hey, Ray. Good morning.
Hey, how are you guys?
We're good.
Hey, I don't know what the kicking situation I've been away with Prater is right now, but did they ever consider looking at Justin Tucker, who came off suspension November 25th, and as a free agent? He's training in Texas, from what I read. He's the only most accurate kicker in the history of the NFL, and he's available. Are they sort of wary of his suspension for those from the massage therapist? I think it was.
I would think they would be certainly wary of that. They might also be wary of the last year of his career with Baltimore. He hit 73% of his attempts.
The last time we saw him, he was the worst kicker in the National Football League.
He fell off the face of the earth. So that's in addition to possibly more important.
The Saints brought him in for a workout earlier this year and decided on another kicker. So they clearly had, on some level, decided we're okay bringing this person in, despite all of the lawsuits and allegations against him. And then they worked out a couple of kickers and I think decided he wasn't the best one. Yeah. So he might be the most accurate kicker in NFL history, but that was not the case at all the last time we saw him. So I wouldn't think it's worth it at all.
803-0550 is our phone number. What do you want here? Wow, all right, okay.
I think the answer, maybe we just had our answer.
Well, game picks, predictions for the whole playoffs. I mean, I'm predicting the entire playoff race. I'm trying to see who everyone's going to pick, who the experts are going to pick.
Who are the most popular picks? I saw Dominique Foxworth yesterday say the Jaguars are the best team in the playoffs.
Yeah. I think the Jaguars Jaguars have a good offense and potentially a good defense. And, you don't have to be balanced. You have to be good enough to be elite somewhere. There's two articles I found at NFL.com if you wanted to get into. One is every team's fatal flaw. Okay, we want to talk about that. And the other was, what was the other one? The other one was, I'll find the other one. But first, you want to do the fatal flaw?
Yeah. I would be interested to see what they would say about Jacksonville.
Okay. The fatal flaw for Denver. What's the fatal flaw for Denver?
Their quarterback?
No, it's the run game. Kevin Petra says it's their run game. They don't run it well enough.
Right.
New England's fatal flaw.
That's going to be pass rush.
Red zone defense. Okay. I think just defense could be a problem for them, but Milton Williams returning will help quite a bit.
Yep.
Jacksonville's fatal flaw.
Their run game?
Waning rushing attack.
Yeah.
3.6 yards per carry since week 10 for Travis Etienne. Pittsburgh's fatal flaw.
What do I want to go with here? I'm going to go with... what are they going to answer here? Their defensive scheme, kind of?
Lack of big offensive plays. Aaron Rodgers' air yards per attempt is the lowest of any quarterback with at least 300 attempts this season.
Okay.
The Texans' fatal flaw.
Quarterback.
Offensive line.
Right. Yeah, duh. Yeah.
The Bills' fatal flaw.
Wide receiver.
Lack of go-to target.
Yep.
And the Chargers' fatal flaw.
Their line.
Offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
That's the AFC side. You want to do the NFC?
Yeah.
This has been a fun little exercise. NFC. Seattle's fatal flaw.
Darnold getting in a mental space where he implodes.
I'll give you points. Turnovers.
Okay.
Darnold, 6 interceptions and fumbled 5 times when pressured this year. Ooh. He's not pressured a lot, but when he's pressured, he turns it over.
Mm-hmm.
He's 19th in the NFL in QBR.
Okay.
4th worst among playoff quarterbacks. 15th in EPA.
Mm-hmm.
And they won 14 games. The Bears' fatal flaw.
Their fatal flaw is gonna be... Don't they have something they're really bad at on defense?
The leaky defense. Yards per game, they're 28th. 24.4 points per game. Most of any playoff team.
Is it their secondary? Something's really bad there. I forget what.
In 6 of the last 7 games, they've allowed 300-plus yards, including 496 to San Francisco and 433 to Detroit in consecutive losses to close the campaign. Rough defense.
Mm-hmm.
The Eagles' fatal flaw.
Jalen Hurts.
Their disappearing offense.
Yep.
Carolina's.
I would want to go with quarterback with them, too.
Passing attack.
Yeah, pass attack.
Rams. This is actually if you've watched the Rams this year, this is a definite answer for what their fatal flaw is. Definite, easy answer if you've seen them. And if you don't get it, you'll get it as soon as I tell you what it is.
What is their flaw? I don't know.
Special teams.
Oh, yeah, duh.
It's a disaster.
Right.
Their special teams are a disaster.
It's really bad. They fired the coordinator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Punt return
like 2
to the
weeks ago.
Seahawks. They had a field goal block against the Eagles.
Yep.
Special teams cost them the 1 seed.
Yeah.
The Niners' fatal flaw.
The other defense is terrible.
Lack of a pass rush. And then the Packers.
Injuries.
They've got it at run defense.
Okay.
So there you go. There's your fatal flaws on all the playoff teams.
All right. So someone wins with a fatal flaw.
Everybody always does, right?
Yeah, perfect team's never done it.
Last year, what was Philadelphia?
Really
Did Philly have a flaw? I mean, last year, the Eagles' defense was...
Yeah, they were close. They were close to perfect. I mean...
They had a great team.
The roster was unbelievable.
The roster's unbelievable.
Hurts was playing better last year than he was this year. The run game was way better last year than it was this year, and that's probably line specific.
That's right.
So, yeah, like if I look at their team last year, like what weren't they good at? I don't know that I'd have an answer. They were kind of amazing at everything. So I guess maybe they did it. But their flaw, I think, would be their quarterback. But when everything else is perfect, it doesn't really become a flaw for you.
Right.
So
803-0550, the debut of Best Shots of Audio brought to you by Outlet Liquor. What's your outlet? We'll be doing it, Thursdays at 9. That's pretty great. Worked for me.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm in.
All right. We got to put together a parlay. The Parlay Kings, we're riding together tonight. We're watching the game tonight. We're going to the golf sim.
Yep. We got Sabres and we have college football tonight.
Sabres, Rangers tonight. What do we got about the Rangers?
I've been itching to do a parlay. It's been a minute since we've done one. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's get something.
I still need to win.
That's right.
Right. Yeah, you haven't
You
won.
didn't win with us. Nate, we won with Nate filling in
with his backup tight end prop or whatever.
Terrence Ferguson over 20.5.
Terrence Ferguson.
The last time a parlay hit, it was a must-win.
And we called it a must-win. Yeah. Not saying that about this game tonight.
No, don't do it. You can call it that for Ole Miss or for Miami.
Sure, right.
There you go. Because it's a literal must-win for them.
803-0550 to join us here on WGR.
Kincaid to me, whenever they're in a second or third and long situation, like if it's 3rd and 8 and I need somebody that is going to run her out past the sticks to trust that Allen's going to hit, I think he by far has been their most dangerous option this year when he's been healthy. And I'm hoping that that's the case right now because I think he gives them an element of their offense, like route running.
Can I give you
they just don't really otherwise have?
An element that Kincaid brings. Here's what I would point out. His longest catch in every game is an explosive play.
Okay.
Like he gets a lot of that. Longest catch by game starting at the Ravens game in every game he has played this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yards, 22, 18, 20, 28, 23, 23, 47, 20, 20, 24, 26. He's a walking explosive play.
Every game but
one.
He had a 20-yard catch?
Yes.
That's insane, and that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Right. Like every game but one. And the one, he had an 18-yard catch, and that was the Jets where they didn't need anything.
Yeah, they threw the ball like
when he
15
plays,
times in that game.
When he plays, he's going to get you an explosive play in the passing game, a 20-yard reception.
Kind of incredible he's doing that also, not playing all the snaps.
Right.
Like he's playing half.
That's the other thing about this. Like people like to point out he's the most efficient tight end or one of the most efficient tight ends in yards per target and yards per route run. I often wonder, like, what if instead of everybody eats, which by the way seems to have died, what if they went to the postseason and they said, feed Kincaid.
Yeah.
13 targets.
Yeah.
Right now, 13. What would he finish with? 9 catches, 117 yards. Yeah. How about we boil it down to this? Are we sure they're not better than last year? Are they not better than last year's team? Last year's team is this year's team with a bunch of takeaways and no turnovers.
And more James Cook carries.
Right?
A lot more.
More carries for Cook, but not as efficient? Or are you saying this year's?
No, would we have to say this year? I mean, he did win the rushing title. He had 102 more carries this year.
So,
like a massive amount. And actually, his yards per carry went up by 0.3.
This year's team runs the ball better with James Cook.
Yeah.
And what do they do worse? They don't get as many turnovers.
They don't, and they turn the ball over more.
They turn it over more, and they give up sacks.
Right.
But in terms of just this year's team plays last year's team, who wins? Does last year's team win because they turn the ball over because this team turns it over?
Yeah,
I'm not so sure that they're not better. They're a lot better at safety. They're a lot better. They're a lot better at corner.
That's true.
I mean, going in, like if I take final form, like Benford can be a wash, but my second corner position, if I'm healthy, is what? Hairston/Trey White. Is that better than Rasul Douglas? I think it might be.
Right.
Is their defensive line better than last year? Is it a push? Joey Bosa is better than anybody they had last year.
Yeah, true. Right, Epinesa was one spot higher in the pecking order.
Yeah. So,
and last year also they actually were pretty good, low-key, at stopping the run last year, but they were horrible against the pass. This year, I flipped that, and I would rather.
I'd rather be that.
Yeah, I'd rather be.
I'd definitely rather be better against the pass than I am against the run. Anyway,
it is close though, isn't it?
Sure.
Like even if we might pick last year, or if we would pick this year, I think that point is probably right. But they're definitely not what they were the 3 years before that.
See what you want when you want with WGR Sports Radio 550.
Lock in your spot now for the Buffalo Football Legends Cruise, presented by Sojourn Travel Advisors, hosted by Sal. Thurman Thomas, Steve Tasker, Fred Jackson, Doug Flutie will all be there. They set sail from Miami May 10th through the 17th, going to Puerto Plata, Tortola, and more on Celebrity Cruise Lines beyond. Go to BuffaloFootballLegends.com. Book your spot now.
Bills and one of the two NFL teams to have a tongue in its logo meeting on Sunday.
Yes. The Bears, the only other one that we discovered.
I thought to get into
Are we cool with the Jags just making the tongue teal? Jaguars' tongues are not teal.
You would like it more if it was red.
I mean, maybe it would be weird if it's a.
You think the logo would look
anatomically correct tongue?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like sports teams typically stick with.
Right, the buffalo is blue.
Yeah, so do you also have a problem with the fact that the eye and the nose in the Jaguar logo are also teal?
I think. Ooh.
That should be equally as big a problem. I think.
Sure, but
if we really want to get literal, I don't think Jaguars have pearly white teeth like those logo
sure they
does.
do. They have really clean teeth.
Probably a little yellow.
Why? Based on what? Plaque?
They don't brush their teeth.
Do they need to?
Animals? No, they don't.
I don't know where this is going to go, but I love it.
I don't think Jaguars need to brush their teeth.
I mean, we're told dogs need to. But does a Jaguar?
But that's for us. That's not for.
It's for us?
Well, I guess no. There are like certain diseases and stuff. Yeah, that you try to avoid by doing that.
All right, I did not have this on the bingo card. Do Jaguars
animal dentists
clean their teeth? Yes, naturally by gnawing on bones, hide, and connective tissue from their prey. So yeah, you just
and those sound like things that would make them white.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Why not?
I don't think so.
Want to guess what animal has the cleanest teeth? According to whatever I found here.
Shark.
Correct.
I just thought, first thing I thought, water. It's got to be a water. It's got to be a water
Shark.
animal.
Yeah, they're very clean.
Has to be.
Jaguars.
No, I like the logo.
Yeah, it's better than their old logo.
Yeah, I never really. Was the old logo also a green or a teal tongue?
They had
I would assume.
They had some weird ones along the way.
Yeah, it was. This logo is so much better than the last one.
The last one was like the ear was like pushed back. I'm going back to 1993-94 where it looked like the car logo.
Yeah.
That one's weird.
This is where I would say I try not to be every throwback jersey is the best and you need to bring them all back. I like a lot of throwback jerseys. I don't need to ever see the Jaguars throwbacks.
I agree. What they have now,
you don't need to go vintage. You're good. You're good with what you got.
What are they wearing on Sunday? Bills are wearing blue pants, white tops.
Probably teal on white.
Okay.
Would be my guess.
Into it.
Are they calling this the biggest game in franchise history like they called their Week 14 game against the Colts?
Probably. Isn't that like the bit?
They better. I want to see the tweet. Call it the biggest game in franchise history. Which, of course, this is also not. They played in 2 AFC championships.
Yeah, right. Around the NFL question, which non-playoff team is feeling the best as a franchise right now? What fan base is feeling the best non-playoff team? I don't have an answer. It's something I've written down like I kind of wanted to bring up.
I would say...
Here are your options in the AFC.
Yeah.
Colts, Ravens, Dolphins, Bengals, Chiefs, Browns, Raiders, Jets, Titans.
I don't feel great if
it's a tough find.
Anybody there.
In the NFC, Vikings, Lions, Bucks, Falcons, Cowboys, Saints, Commanders, Giants, Cardinals. Who feels the best?
I might think today I feel the best if I'm a Giants fan.
I think I agree.
Giants.
You have a high pick, and the quarterback looked
good. I've got a high pick.
The quarterback looked good enough that you could probably get a coach that rates.
Well, I think right now the reporting is that they are all in on John Harbaugh.
All right.
And if I'm John Harbaugh and I'm looking at the available openings, I'm going to New York. I'm going to a historic organization that has the quarterback. I think that might be where he lands. It depends. I would be skeptical of hiring Harbaugh, but I could see why a fan base would get fired up by adding the big name coach to go with already a quarterback that showed promise. So I think the Giants. And they pick what, 5th?
Yes.
Yeah, it's 5th. 5th this year.
5th pick.
So I think Giants.
And I think they might.
Should they feel good about Harbaugh? I think they will.
The Giants. There's one other team here that's not for the same reason, but if you are artificially bad, and I don't think the Giants are fake bad, but they had a lot of very competitive games.
Yeah.
And they had a very difficult schedule, and their quarterback got hurt, and their best player got hurt.
Right.
And then they found a running back who was great, and then he got hurt.
Right.
So the idea that you could turn it around quickly in the NFC East, it might not be that crazy to find your way to it. There's one other team I wanted to mention here. Arizona also played the most difficult schedule in 20 years.
Yeah.
So
But I'm nowhere there. No, I don't know who my coach is. I don't know who my quarterback is week one. Like, honestly, the next closest team I probably would pick is Washington, just because I'm just going to write this season off as Jaden Daniels was hurt. And if I believe that he's amazing and a franchise quarterback, if I just keep him healthy, then I'm a good team. That's it. Now, they're old, so I don't know like what they're really doing building around him, and I wouldn't love even the head coach, but I would feel good there just because I know I've got the hardest thing. I've got my quarterback. To be fair, though, he was 2-5 in starts this year.
Yeah.
So,
question for you about the coaching carousel. This is the time of year where, if we ever did this, coordinator to be coach league, fantasy league, which is my dream come true, to buy and sell assets in coordinators to get jobs. I saw something written up about Davis Webb yesterday. That is future Bills offensive coordinator Davis Webb. I don't know. I'm not trying to fire Joe Brady right now, but Davis Webb has always been the name whenever we're talking about like who could be the next if Brady gets a head coaching job. Davis Webb is the Broncos quarterback and passing game coordinator. And I saw Cliff Kingsbury recently said about Davis Webb that if he had a son, he would want him to be coached by Davis Webb.
Wow.
Yes. A son playing quarterback.
High praise.
And Davis Webb is maybe in line to be the Commanders quarterback or offensive coordinator that fills in for Kingsbury because they're looking for somebody to go with Jaden Daniels. But Davis Webb is like he's buddies with Josh, period.
Right.
He was here. He went to the Giants after that. They didn't want to lose him, but he went to the Giants. So
and now he's in Denver.
Right. Wherever this ends, I don't know if Davis Webb is going to go straight from quarterback coach and passing game coordinator to head coach. He'll probably need an OC spot.
Yeah.
And depending on when Denver goes out, depending on when the Bills go out, like I would firmly put him as the favorite to be the next offensive coordinator for the Bills if, in fact, they have a new coordinator.
Even though he would be do we think McDermott would want that, going with a first-time coordinator? Like that's where I would be skeptical of him getting hired.
Who's the next name?
That's experienced?
Aaron Chrome or somebody on the staff?
No, I don't know that they're right. Curry would be the other one. Like I don't think there is an obvious name on the staff already. Like I think if they are not retaining Joe Brady next year, if he's going to go work somewhere else, then I think they're going out and they're getting someone who's done the job.
Todd Monken?
Maybe Todd Monken. Maybe it's not even a name that I would love as I say it, but like like Cliff Kingsbury.
Well,
maybe
for Brady, and again, this is not like
or if Mike McDaniel gets fired because Harbaugh's there. Like
I think that's so unlikely for him, but who knows? This whole point isn't like they're going to lose and fire their OC. This is if they win the Super Bowl too. Like how many people would bet this is Joe Brady's last ride? Like we're going to have the postseason, and then one way or another, they win the Super Bowl, he gets a job.
Yeah.
Or they go if they go to the Super Bowl.
What's available at that point?
That's another good question. It gets tougher.
The calendar makes that tougher.
The calendar makes that tougher. Brett Coleman did tweet yesterday, covers the NFL, bootleg football podcast, Underdog Sports, that all these coaching interviews and coaching contracts, like they're done in October. Like Joe Brady would know who will hire him because these firms kind of operate in the back. Who knows?
Yeah.
So, right, if the Bills make it a long way, maybe the jobs dry up. Teams don't want to wait. You got to find a staff.
Like, do you know how old Davis Webb is?
35.
He's 30.
Okay. Did you know that?
So, I mean, it's not just experience; it's age. It's like,
is it? Do you know how old the oldest? Sorry, age of NFL coaches. Who's the oldest coach in the NFC playoffs?
The oldest?
Mm-hmm.
Oldest head coach in the NFC playoffs is gonna be is it Shanahan? Maybe Shanahan, right?
Kyle Shanahan. You know how old Kyle Shanahan is?
47.
That's the oldest coach.
Yeah.
It used to be you couldn't be a coach till you're 50.
Till you're 50.
Kyle Shanahan is 46.
Mm-hmm.
Dave Canales is 44. Sirianni 44.
I think this head coach would be hesitant.
Liam Cohen is 39.
Okay.
McVay is 39. McVay's coached for a long time.
I think it's more about the experience.
Mike
anyway.
McDonald is 37.
Baltimore would love to have him right now, wouldn't they?
Yes, they would.
I just think
wouldn't the Bucs love to have Liam Cohen instead of sticking with Todd Bowles?
Sure. Oh, those teams absolutely should have just make your move a year earlier. The Bucks didn't make a move on Bowles.
No, they're going to keep Todd Bowles, which I think is
crazy.
A mistake.
I just think McDermott would be very hesitant to hire another first-time play caller.
You might be right. Do you think that this is Brady's last ride?
I lean that way,
what is the path to he just comes back? They make the Super Bowl.
It would be they just win the Super Bowl.
Or they make it in the hiring cycle, win or lose. They make it in the hiring cycle, kind of runs its path, and it's over.
And then it would be a decision of, are we going to make the move? Are we going to move on from him after how did they make the Super Bowl? I'm assuming he must have done something right along the way for them to get there. Like, I can't imagine they make the Super Bowl without the offense looking good. So I think if he makes it, then he's probably back no matter what.
Right.
Unless, like you said, like maybe there's a team hanging around out there that knows they want him, and it's like a unspoken, secret that he's going to get the Titans job because Tennessee hasn't hired anybody yet, and they're the last one, and they're just waiting for Joe Brady.
As much as he's the offensive coordinator, which means it's the hardest job in football. Everybody thinks they can call plays. We all have our complaints about this and that, and why'd you call this? His resume includes year one out and got the playoffs. Year two, my quarterback won the MVP. Year three, my running back won the rushing title. Like, it's a pretty good resume. Oh, I can only do it with Josh Allen? No, I have a running back that just ran for the most yards in the league. So what identity do you want? Oh, and if you want to say, like, I coached at LSU with the passing game coordinator with a Burrow, you tell me what you want, I'll build it. Like, he has a solid resume for that, I think.
Maybe.
I mean, I'm telling you, I would be convinced.
It's one way to frame it.
It's one way to frame it.
If I were an owner, I would be asking, how come you got less, just numerically? Like, how come, and maybe his answer would be, well, that's what my head coach wanted, or that's what my GM wanted, or that's what my owner wanted.
That's right.
Like, whatever the answer would be, how come your offense made the decision to start using Josh Allen less? How come his numbers went down? Totals, everything.
To protect him, to get him to the postseason. Would be maybe the answer.
And if that's the answer, maybe that's a defendable answer. But that would be the question I'd want to ask. How come every receiver that you've had for 2 years have career lows?
You haven't seen Brandon Cooks yet. He's about to pop off in the playoffs. Brandon Cooks is a playoff performer. Don't forget.
He made, I think I saw when he signed, he made back-to-back Super Bowls and lost them both on the flip teams.
Yeah, Rams.
He was on the Rams and lost to New England, and then he was on New England and lost to maybe Philadelphia. Yeah. That's the Marion Hossa effect.
He has 3 100-yard games in the playoffs. AFC Championship game, NFC Championship game, Super Bowl.
All right, well, there you go. I got big game Cooks and I got big game Gabe going into this game.
He probably should have been the MVP in the Rams Patriots 13-3.
Cooks?
Yeah.
How many do you have?
I mean, Edelman had 141, but Cooks in that game had Brandon Cooks in the 13-3 win over the Rams had, where'd it go?
And that's your Edelman one.
Sorry, it linked. Oh, he was on the Rams. That's why he didn't win it. He went 8 for 120 in that game.
8 for 120.
They scored 3 points.
And Edelman won.
Was he the guy that was open down the field that Goff threw it too late?
Ooh.
Or was that Woods? One of the two.
No, it makes more sense that it would have been Cooks. I'll look. I bet it was Cooks.
Could have been Josh Reynolds.
So Edelman won. Is that the year? When does Edelman have the crazy bouncing around catch? Is that the Atlanta Super Bowl?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not that one.
Edelman went 10 for 141 in that game.
That's pretty good, too.
All that talk about what the Patriots did with receivers. 10 for 141 in a Super Bowl. You know who the next receiver was? Cordarrelle Patterson. 2 catches, 14 yards. They had Gronk. He was good. All right. 803.
It's an omission a lot when people bring that up about New England. Oh, by the way, they had the best tight end in NFL history.
They had Gronk. Yeah. 13-3. That Super Bowl was bad. Very bad.
The worst one?
It's up there. Yeah. 803-0550 Extendo Sports and the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR.
Like Kincaid, to me, whenever they're in a second or third and long situation, like if it's 3rd and 8 and I need somebody that is going to run her out past the sticks to trust that Allen's going to hit, I think he by far has been their most dangerous option this year when he's been healthy. And I'm hoping that that's the case right now because I think he gives them an element of their offense, like route running.
Can I give you
that they just don't really otherwise have?
An element that Kincaid brings. Here's what I would point out. his longest catch in every game is an explosive play.
Okay.
Like, he gets a lot of that. Longest catch by game starting at the Ravens game in every game he has played this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yards, 22, 18, 20, 28, 23, 23, 47, 20, 20, 24, 26. He's a walking explosive play.
Every game but
one.
He had a 20-yard catch?
Yes.
That's insane, and that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Right. Like, every game but one. And the one, he had an 18-yard catch, and
Right.
that was the Jets where they didn't need anything.
Yeah, they threw the ball like
when he
15
plays
times in that game.
When he plays, he's going to get you an explosive play in the passing game, a 20-yard reception.
Kind of incredible. He's doing that also, not playing all the snaps.
Right.
Like, he's playing half.
That's the other thing about this. Like, people like to point out he's the most efficient tight end or one of the most efficient tight ends in yards per target and yards per route run. I often wonder, like, what if instead of everybody eats, which, by the way, seems to have died, what if they went to the postseason and they said, feed Kincaid?
Yeah.
13 targets.
Yeah.
Right now, 13. What would he finish with? 9 catches, 117 yards? Yeah. How about we boil it down to this? Are we sure they're not better than last year? Are they not better than last year's team? Last year's team is this year's team with a bunch of takeaways and no turnovers.
And more James Cook carries.
Right?
A lot more.
More carries for Cook, but not as efficient? Or are you saying this year's?
No, would we have to say this year? I mean, he did win the rushing title. He had 102 more carries this year.
So,
like, a massive amount. And actually, his yards per carry went up by 0.3.
This year's team runs the ball better with James Cook.
Yeah.
And what do they do worse? They don't get as many turnovers.
They don't, and they turn the ball over more.
They turn it over more, and they give up sacks.
Right.
But in terms of just this year's team plays last year's team, who wins? Does last year's team win because they turn the ball over because this team turns it over?
Yeah,
I'm not so sure that they're not better. They're a lot better at safety. They're a lot better. They're a lot better at corner.
That's true.
I mean, going in, like if I take final form, like Benford can be a wash, but my second corner position, if I'm healthy, is what? Hairston / Trey White. Is that better than Rasul Douglas? I think it might be.
Right.
Is their defensive line better than last year? Is it a push? Joey Bosa is better than anybody they had last year.
Yeah, true. Right, Epinesa was one spot higher in the pecking order.
Yeah. So,
and last year also they actually were pretty good, low-key, at stopping the run last year, but they were horrible against the pass. This year, I flipped that, and I would rather have that.
Rather be that.
Yeah, I'd rather be.
I'd definitely rather be better against the pass than I am against the run. Anyway,
it is close though, isn't it?
Sure.
Like, even if we might pick last year, or if we would pick this year, I think that point is probably right. But they're definitely not what they were the 3 years before that.
Wrapping things up, we're back tomorrow with a Football Friday. That's when, it really gets intense. Will we remember some Jaguars? We kind of flirted with it earlier.
Yeah, I'm into that. It's a good team for that.
Mike Hollis, former Bill. Mike Hollis. You remember Mike Hollis?
No.
Mike Hollis was...
I remember Mike Sims Walker.
Ooh, I don't know who that is. Mike Hollis.
Big receiver.
Jags kicker. He kicked for the Bills, and he's the one that put it over in Minnesota. When the Bills won an overtime game in Minnesota, he hit like a 54-yarder that game, maybe to send it to overtime. And then the Bills win in overtime on what? The Peerless Price touchdown, I think?
That sounds right.
Let me find it here. Yeah, week 2, Bills-Vikings, 45-39. Let's have a good time here, folks. Peerless Price, 48-yard touchdowns. Mike Hollis, 54 yards, end of regulation. Mike Hollis, former Jag. All right, that's my time remembering some Jags.
See Nick Kiprios on the Sabres yesterday from Sportsnet?
I did not.
He said that new GM Jarmo Kekalainen is aggressively shopping around as a buyer.
Yeah, you want in
right now? And also that he believes that not only will he thinks there'll be a buyer in the trade market, but they will also meet Alex Tuck's salary demands of around $10 million.
Okay. You want me to give you the name? We briefly flirted with it yesterday at 6 a.m.
Is it a guy they play tonight?
Yep. Panarin.
There's a connection. Kekalainen traded for him in Columbus.
Yeah, Panarin. One more thing, just randomly, but part of the reason I started talking about Panarin is because after what's today? It's January.
January 8th.
After how many months? 7-month absence of any sort of contact at all in any way, to the point where I thought the person had left the medium that they contact me, the super secret Sabres source is back.
Ooh. Let's go.
And that's where Panarin came from.
Yeah?
And here's Kiprios saying they're shopping aggressively.
That would be aggressive.
Panarin.
The bread man.
There you go.
Bread man or Yeast Mode is his other nickname on Hockey Reference.
Yeast Mode.
Yeah.
People ask me all the time, like, hey, what's with the Sabres source? I'm like, I haven't heard a thing. I don't know. And I actually tried to look to ask a question, and I couldn't find it. I guess they're gone. Nope.
Panarin, by the way, is 34 years old.
He was actually Rookie of the Year last year.
He wins it every year. He's the only 5-time winner of Rookie of the Year.
Didn't he win it? I mean, he can't be 30.
He won it when he was old.
28, 26.
Yeah, let me find it.
He can't be 34. He's gonna be like 37.
He's 34.
That's it.
He was 24 when he won Rookie of the Year because his story was he was undrafted, but he was here
at
the World Juniors.
Yeah.
And he was insane at the World Juniors. Nobody saw him for 4 years, and then he just popped up in the NHL and was
won
amazing.
Rookie of the Year.
He's in the final year of his deal, is the other part of that.
$11 million cap hit.
I think they can manage that, but do you want that's not just a rental. That's an expensive rental. You're trading a lot, I think, to get him, and you might not have him after this year.
Don't the Sabres have...
Or you got to talk about signing a 34-year-old, which
listen,
I'm open to.
You don't have to sign him. Don't the Sabres have a glut of the same kind of young forward? Just send one of them away.
Which one you want to trade? Gulick?
He's hurt. That'd be tough. Right?
Sure.
I don't know if you want to trade Ostlund. I don't think you do.
Him and Benson are the two I least want to trade.
Roseanne doesn't have enough value. He's probably nothing there, right?
Right.
Hellenius? You want to do that?
Sure. Actually, that's the right one.
What if Yarmo just said,
he might be really good?
I don't like Hellenius, and I want to try and see what I can do with this team this year and go in. And he also said, guys like this are going to take how many years? How many years till Hellenius is on the team? 2?
2.
At least?
Maybe he's here next year. Maybe he does the Ostlund thing where he's not here at the start and he earns it on the way.
Panarin.
But Panarin is a guy who had 120 points 2 years ago, and this year is above a point a game. Actually, he has been above a point a game player every year since 2017. Actually, every year. So once Yarmo got him in 2017, he's been above a point a game every single year of his career. And he's great on the power play, which stinks on this team right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Would he pursue goalie too, or would he just say, I'll just roll with what I've got?
I don't know that there's a goalie on the market that would fit.
Because that looks like fatal flaw to me, eventually.
Yeah.
Anyway, tonight, Sabres and Rangers, excited for it. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up.